camera on me, man.
I had to refresh, and then it went back to like the show screen.
I don't like that. There we go.
Right, so reminder for the rotation.
big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to another exciting day of PUBG Esports action. My name is Cameron Davis, and I'm joined by Gibson and Godspeed. Listen, we're not quite halfway through. We're in the midst of a very, very interesting event here at the PUBG Players Masters. We're going to look at the leaderboard in just a little bit. But first, though, Gibson, how have you been? I don't know about you. I've been busy increasing my relationship level with anthropomorphized weapons from PUBG. Can you say the same?
Well, today I've just been watching the other Masters that's been on, enjoying myself, looking forward to the games, and really trying to work out where everything might have went wrong for some of those teams on the wrong side of the leaderboard last night.
Godspeed, how about you?
I'm doing fantastic, and looking over the statistics from yesterday, man, Kickstart seems to be a really, really good player in either perspective.
Yeah, wow, where did this player come from? It's almost like
I don't know.
He hasn't been
must be
doing this
someone
for yeah, I know. Must be completely new to the scene. Where'd he come from? Pick this guy up. Anyway, yeah, so let's just go look at the overall leaderboards where we're at right now. At this stage in the competition, we're only about 6 games in this entire best of 18, but as you can see, the Team Falcons are in a really good position, really good standing at the top with 11-point gap. But Gibson, go on. What else stands out to you from here?
Just the consistency of the top two teams, right? Bestia, 55 points, Falcons 11 points a game. But look, I guess someone has to address the elephant in the room, and that is Team Liquid. 34 points over 6 maps. It's just not good enough for a team that is as good as this one. However, the good thing is, with the likes of Bestia and Al-Qudsi and Luminosity all getting nice little point tallies as well, it means that Liquid aren't awfully far off the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we look at the leaderboard right now. Let's go back and see where everyone had won up until this point, the winners, because one of the best ways to get points on the leaderboard are those chicken dinners. I say it all the time, that jump from second to first place is massive. But the interesting thing here, Godspeed, is that Falcons are in first place, but they only won 1 game, whereas Luminosity, they've won 2 of them, but they're still getting beaten by a couple of other teams on that overall leaderboard. So chicken dinners are good, but they are not the end of the story.
No, LG did manage to rally late in the day yesterday, and they were able to win back-to-back games, but Falcons were just fragging. I mean, I brought up Kickstart stats. He has 16 kills alone. You have Tig, who also has 11 kills, and then on top of that, you have Shrimzy, who has 8, right? And that's the top 4. Psycho's kind of the outlier, sneaking in between with 9 kills, but I mean, Falcons were just firing in all cylinders yesterday. I mean, it seems like their perspective doesn't matter at all. They're gonna frag whether it's first or third. So I mean, it was just a very impressive day in a new format, so to speak, for Falcons and also LG. But yeah, Falcons just fragged out.
Right, and looking here again at the winners, Gibson, El Proyecto were able to win the very first match. And if my memory serves me correctly, they did good for the next couple of series after that, but they started to fall off and they're now currently sitting in 5th place. Does that give you any sort of, I don't know, idea on them repeating that sort of pattern of starting strong, going off, or is it just we don't want to read too far into it?
I don't want to read too far into it after one day. You know, a lot of teams have bad days. Look at what happened Falcons at the PAS Grand Finals on day one. I think they'll find the consistency. I think some things got away from them. A bit like Liquid, some rotations didn't really go in their favor after the second and third games. So I think we'll see a lot more from them. Like 45 points is still a really good total.
Right. No, it absolutely is. And again, El Proyecto, they won PAS. They were, I mean, it was not exactly the same team, but the majority of that roster came from Luna Galaxy from last year, which came to be by the end of the year the best Latin American team, one of the more consistent fraggers from that sub-region here at the overall Americas region. So no, they're not washed. They're not completely out of it. I do expect to see good things coming out of them. And, you know, making that comparison to Liquid of not being able to sort of deliver expectations every single match. If you know, Liquid currently in 8th place, it took them a while to figure things out, whether that is because they just had some unlucky rotations or perhaps they got some tilt or whatever you might want to attribute to their lack of performance. I think the final match for Team Liquid really gave us a lot of confidence that we can expect to see that same team come back into things. So Godspeed, are the teams above them starting to get a little worried? Because even Falcons with almost, well, actually more than almost twice the points that Liquid have, we know that Liquid can pull out some amazing days. So even all the way up to first place, should they be worried?
I don't know if it's necessarily that they should be worried, but they definitely need to be aware of the adjustments that a lot of the teams who didn't really perform well yesterday were going to make going into this, especially after VOD review. I mean, I know you guys are saying, maybe a little worried for Liquid. I am not. Again, I know how hard those guys work after the games are over. So, yeah, I think all the teams that are in the hunt should definitely just be very proactive, but more importantly, be very aware of the adjustments. Again, coming into day 2, that always seems to be the case. Doesn't matter what event it is. Those teams that did, I don't want to say slack, but underperform the previous day are looking to make those changes.
Yeah, I mean, that's an astute point there, because like day 1, a lot of times it feels that it's about figuring out what this lobby is going to feel like. Every single lobby, you change one team out, you make it, you know, one of the 16, that still can change a whole lot of how the sort of meta of the tournament gets defined by. And so a lot of the first day is, you obviously want to get the points, right? But it's also about figuring out how it's going to play through. And then day 2 and 3 is about really executing on the things that you're able to sort of identify from a day 1. Gibson, is there any team that's on the lower half of the leaderboard, looking at Toyo down, that you think might have were able to get some good information to turn their tides going into day 2 or 3? Or is it still just going to be a big struggle for them?
I think actually what it takes is worth highlighting. You know, they found themselves in some good positions in games yesterday, but couldn't get it over the line. Like, you think about the very first game of the day where they got into that shack and got a bunch of points. You think about Rondo, where they were a factor in the late game, but they kind of got caught out by all the teams that decided to go north. I think what it takes can step up quite a bit today. And, you know, they've got Sneak Attack, who I'll punch his corner every single day of the week. I think he's just improved every single time we see him play. I think any team with him on it can definitely learn and get better, especially with the access to all the extra stats as well that he'll be feeding to his teammates.
Yeah, my big question now, I'm looking at the lower half of the leaderboard now too, the team that really jumps out to me, other than Toyo, but they're tied with Liquid, so we can maybe, you know, temporarily concede the top half due to the tiebreaker rules sort of, you know, being decided there, is Empire Gaming. They have been really in on these third-person events. They're one of the few teams that's played both of the 2 cups, despite, I believe, qualifying after playing after the first one, but they played the second one regardless. They're still currently sitting in 13th place with only 20 points, and I know that they might have a intentional style, Godspeed, of playing out from the blue, but it hasn't really even been working out for them all that well. They've just been running into salvage game after salvage game after salvage game. And we know players, especially ones like Michael, have pulled out some really good point grabs from those salvage games, but it's kind of it's not very confidence building to be having to salvage every single round.
Yeah, I mean, man, Empire is tough for me because, again, they have had a lot of those games where Michael or Valiant or whoever will salvage points in the blue, and that's great. I just want to see what this team can actually do when they get a good position in circle, 4 or 5 mid game where they don't actually have to sit in the blue. Because when we even look back at PAS 5, like, that team had some really good fights when they actually were able to hold compounds in a good position without having to chase circle or sit in blue. The other issue that I noticed yesterday for Empire is that when they were trying to salvage or even stay in the blue as 2 or 3 up alive, they kept running into other teams who were also coming in late, which has caused even more problems for them. So again, that roster is great. I think all those players are very good. They all have a lot of experience, but for whatever reason, yeah, I don't know. It just seems like they're constantly looking to salvage or chase when I think that team should be in the driver's seat for a lot of these engagements and circles.
I think to kind of build on what you're saying, it feels like they're trying not to lose as opposed to trying to win, right? It's like plan A is we don't want to lose this game instead of actively trying to make the plays that can help them win, which we know they can do with the players that they have. So let's see them a bit more proactive. Let's see them back themselves more for taking compounds rather than just saying, yeah, we've lost one player. Let's just play the edge, stay in the blue, and see what we can salvage from there.
Right. Well, I mean, Gibson, on that point, though, I don't want to make this entire weekend. We already talked about it a lot on day one. I don't want to make the entire weekend purely around the discussion of third person versus first person, but that is kind of what this weekend and what this whole event series is about, is exploring the world of competitive third person. And one of the things that I certainly observed yesterday was, because of the strength of central compounds due to the third person perspective difference, a lot more teams were willing to fight on the edge. And so now I'm thinking, if that wasn't so much the case during the cups, not the Masters, during the cups to qualify here, maybe Empire could have had a misread on the meta, causing them to get caught out by running into so many other teams on the edge. Does that have some sort of semblance in reality? Were you able to make some similar observations coming in from the cups?
Yeah, 100%. Those compounds have such an impact. High ground takes even more of a precedence inside the game. So we saw that a lot yesterday, where teams are a bit more hesitant to push those positions. But you got to think about the circles and flight paths we had yesterday too. Like, we had some horrific ones. Like, you think about the two. You think about Erangel, right? We had the flight path that went right over the north side of Millie Island. People were dropping on Millie, and it went to the north. And then the next flight path went to the north, and then it shifted way down to Millie. Like, the flight paths have had a huge impact too. But I guess this is PUBG. You got to be ready for these things.
Listen, if there's one thing that's consistent in Erangel at this point, is that you're going to have a military circle. I was so close to getting off of my anti-Erangel, what are these Sosnovka, what are these split circles every single time soapbox. I'm back on it again. This map, I don't know what it is. This map is just, it's supposed to be the OG, it's supposed to be the original, but it's slowly turning, in fact, in my case, already has turned into be one of the most dynamic, one of the strangest maps to have to play around. But that doesn't matter yet, because as you can see, today, just like yesterday, just like tomorrow, we won't see Erangel until the very end of the night. We are going to be starting here with 2 Miramars, and it will be interesting, Godspeed, to see how these Miramars compare to yesterday's games, because yesterday, again, was sort of about figuring it out, like kind of understanding, like watching, observing. Do we think there's going to be as much early game fighting still here? Do you think it's going to, in fact, turn up even more from what we saw yesterday?
I think it really just lends to the conversation that you and Gibson were just having, and the fact that a lot of these teams are starting to realize how important timing is in rotations, even earlier maybe than they would normally in FPP, and simply because of how strong those initial central compounds are, especially after the first shift is over, right? When we're looking at circle 2 and 3, if those central positions or just something even off center is available, I think the timing needs to be looked at for these teams, because they need to adjust, because again, the perspective change does lend a lot of strength to those central compounds that, I mean, are also strong in FPP, but again, the perspective change just really kind of adds another layer onto that. So I think that's something that we should be looking for today, and seeing the timings of these rotations early and which teams are actually trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and what we're also going to be looking at is the hot drop on power grid. If there is one thing about PUBG, I don't care what region you're coming from, whether it's a regional event, whether it's a global event. If there is a Miramar, there is going to be a hot drop on power grid. This is the one that seems to be contested over more than any other position on any other map, which is really strange, Gibson. And it looks like we are going to get a repeat of yesterday, both 55 and Luminosity. Who do you have your card on going to win this one?
I think Luminosity, based off the drop straight away. Look at how much more aggressive they are. They've gone for a 2-2 split. They're surrounding 55 on both sides. Ooh. I think it's hyper aggressive, and Godspeed is someone who's been in scenarios like this time and time again. Usually it's the team that stick together are the ones that could be in a lot of trouble because Luminosity have way more room to move.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going to be essentially herded, right? Like, you can see LG already starting to take note, like Vox is looking that direction, and for 55, again, this is just a little confusing to me. This is now the second time they've hot dropped this and then just left.
Right.
So I don't really understand. Like, I'm fully able to admit I don't understand why they're doing this. It to me, it would make more sense to just actually drop somewhere else and just get healthy loot without having to scramble, worry about getting picked off, also have like vehicles at the ready. So yeah, I don't know. But at the least, I guess they don't lose anyone, so that's a positive.
The problem is, like, where they're rotating to, there's not that much loot down there, and it doesn't even look like they're taking. I thought for a second that they were just gonna try and grab the vehicle spawn that's like just southwest of power grid, but it doesn't even seem like they are griefing that from Luminosity. In fact, okay, they're running in working in silence. We're looking at the map now. There's a knock. So already they avoid Luminosity, but they still lose a player. H11 Jr. goes down. While we see those lemmings sort of flock to what might actually be their potential doom, Gibson, what area of Miramar are you going to be looking at for a high contestant spot in this Circle 1?
The hills above, I'm looking right now at the hills above San Martin, and then that God Crossroads just to the west of it. I'll see a lot of teams flocking in and around there. They're great positions to hold. That God Crossroads in the Players' Cup was so powerful in circles like this. So yeah, positions like that are where teams are going to go. So look to the likes of El Proyecto to make that rotate up through the north. Empire as well. You'd like to see them, as we said earlier before, play to win. You've got to drop an El Pozo that's given you a good foothold in the circle. Try to expand into the center a little bit earlier.
I'm here. Just a few seconds away from being able to potentially catch Kawazine out. But a lot of teams, they're fighting over these ridges just east of power grid. So I think that's another sort of interesting perspective, interesting thing to look at when you're looking at 55 and how they decided to take this drop. But Gibson, we are going to say bye to you for now. We'll see you on the desk at the end of this match.
Yeah. Get out of here, Gibson. Just like Mime is about to try to...
He is really
trying to get
for this.
Carrick out of here, too. He's trying to get him back to the lobby with Gibson now. And get a little straight. Oh, careful. He might be sent back himself. It's Typhon now.
That was odd, though. Choosing to line it up, but he had a bolt to try and play with. Thankfully, Vinny is going to be there, so does take Carrick down. What looked to be a little bit of an underwhelming spray. Still, it goes through with its intended goal of getting the knock, though I think Tony and Kawazine should be able to get the revive here. The problem is, how does Bestia continue to play off this?
Typhon should be able to get Carrick up here as Tony is looking to do that, but Bestia is still moving. They're rotating around on the east side. They're just making sure that they're hold this ridge, and I like the play, at least from Mime. I really like that he didn't get knocked. He realized immediately he needed to back up, and then he had support from his team, so that was all. I'm sorry, I'm just still looking at 55, and I just am trying to understand what is the purpose of that drop?
You're trying to understand what? Yeah, aren't we all? No, it's true. It is a little confusing. In Luminosity, they realized pretty quickly, it looked like that 55 were on the way out. So they've had basically free room to play around this entire area. One of the problems with hot drops, and we talk about this all the time, so apologies, audience, if it sounds like we're a broken record. But even if you win the hot drop, you're still kind of griefed a bit in terms of timings and loot and rotations and all that. Not only do they not need to rotate off of this position with this first circle, but they could instantly gather as much information as possible from those high ground, potentially extended positions that we just saw one or two of them take there.
Yeah, and then something else to note in this circle as we're watching Silzen here is that it was a fairly southern plane, so the north is completely open. I mean, if this thing shifts up there, it's going to be straight open for a lot of those teams, including like Empire, who's up there. You have QAD, even Typhon now, who's recovered. Like, that is a free rotation. The south is just, I mean, you can see it on the map. It is so busy right in that clump around Power Grid, where 55, LG, Falcons now moving up there. Bestia has been there to the side on the east. So it is a mess. It's a straight mess in the middle.
Falcons, they are going quite aggressive with their intentions. I mean, they only had to bump just a few short feet north of Picado to get into the mix there, but still, territory has not been held by 55, Luminosity, or even Bestia, who are currently distracted by Typhon. Like we just saw them rolling up to the south of Picado, and now Sam Crismo just a bit to the east of that, though. Looking at DNL's position, they are actually in quite an interesting spread. I wouldn't exactly call it a full box 1-1-1-1 spread, but we'll see if Sam Crismo get punished for those separate positions. But now here we're back onto Shrimzy with that Falcon spot. A little bit of a more defensive position, hanging out in a bowl, but it's certainly usable in phase number 1.
It's definitely usable. Sorry. Steve isn't here. I had to throw one out. I had to throw one out. But I mean, that is a good bowl, especially again, perspective. It works out. They can scout without really poking over. And again, it's dead center. The only issue they would have is that they got run up on, but I'm sure they're also watching that angle because it's not necessarily a free run up either. The only problem would be LG if they pinch, but we're now looking at El Proyecto rotating in from Azahar. They're coming in late, but again, the north side is so free. Actually, hold on a second. I say the north side is so free, but look at Alcacia on the map. I mean, they're actually holding this road that El Proyecto is about to rotate on, so that might be an issue for them soon.
Yeah, I mean, Alcacia, they really like those bridge camps. We saw them do a lot of it. What's interesting, though, is that unlike yesterday, and yesterday it seemed to be all 6 games had early action, this game feels a lot more standard Miramar, where there really isn't that much fighting, which, you know, we talked about things stabilize from game 1 to game 2, but this seems like a lot, though. Alcacia, if they're in the lobby, they are going to try and make that change because they are setting this one up. A spray from Roth.
Tires,
he's
nice.
so good at range with that AUG, and then Rello is there to finish what Rello started. Sorry, Roth started.
I love that from, I think it was Roth. He just like, you know what? I'm not going for the driver. He just went straight for the tires, and he absolutely crippled that vehicle, which was able to get them that knock. I mean, I just really like that play. On top of the fact that I guarantee you the reason Alcacia did this is because they looked back and saw who was rotating from where, and they probably realized that El Proyecto is going to be here on the east side, so they stayed. And they're still well within the circle on the edge, so I just really like this setup play from QAD. Really, really like this.
Though they're not getting out of this for free, though. Roth has dropped low, D has dropped low. Cowboys now extended out in a very, very aggressive style that we expect from this player. But El Proyecto, they aren't just retreating away. In fact, I don't think their teammate has even been finished yet, so they could go for the revive if they play their cards right. They have extended out. The problem is when you have 2 teams that are just trying to outflank each other in the hillside, things can get very, very complicated, and you can lose sight of your opponents pretty quickly. So Kisera is rotating away. They do, in fact, lose their teammate, unfortunately for them. Whether they choose to stick around and continue this fight, well, that's all up to them now.
Yeah, and for QAD, I mean, they can disengage at any time. They know the compounds around them are going to be open. They've had time to scout it. They haven't been shot from it. So yeah, Roth is going to just get a nice little reposition here, and they might even stay and try to take the fight. The only issue now is El Proyecto has gone to the north, so they are kind of splitting this, and it's going to be much harder to fight since there's so much distance involved. Yeah, they're just going to rotate away from each other. I like that play from both teams.
Yeah, they wanted to get their vehicles. They wanted to get prepared for phase 2. It's going to be a bit of a nudge to the north, but mostly central. And that fight was on the edge, so neither of them were going to be inside the zone now. So good for them that they are going to be moving. Alcacia looks like they are going to be rotating directly in front of El Proyecto, but a lot of other teams just all going to be funneling up towards the north. Even Bestia are going to be driving through Typhon's position, but here comes that early game fighting that we have come to expect. Good pressure by Liquid to allow Luke to make his way through the potential stop of Toyo. Falcons now extending out to see if they can't get any rotational kills.
like the way
that's a tire out by Luke. That's not good.
It's not great, but I do like the rotation that Team Liquid is trying to take. They're threading the needle here in between multiple teams. Luke getting a little too close, though. As that, oh my goodness, Luke, get out of there. No, he's finally gonna get found. Tiggleton is gonna knock him. I'm not sure if he's gonna get flushed. Maybe they go for a recover. I didn't see if he made it behind that shack, but either way, that's gonna be one knocked here. Down and out for Team Liquid. And look at this fight. Bestia is just taking this up onto the hill. It's gonna be Adam getting flushed by Vinny now, and that should be a res for draft. And look how split Empire is. Finn is down at the compound.
Yeah, the Empire were not looking. They looked good at the start. They got a knock or two, but they got rolled up by 2 separate teams, so their forces are all incredibly distracted. Dude, I think I baited. I think I jinxed it. I said that there was no early fighting. That's all that we're seeing right now. So many teams just getting into engagement with each other. They were all racing for those hills next to San Martin, the ones that Gibson pointed out. It might have happened in phase 2, but it did happen. And look at this fight. What It Takes is now joining the party, trying to pick up these kill points.
There's so many teams in this. Have Bestia, What It Takes. You have Empire. Who's that other team up in there? It's going to be TQ and Team Casito. There's 4 teams in this compound right now. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's a very central spot. I get it.
Valuable?
In this circle, it's fairly strong. You can start moving up the hill freely as long as you've cleared your back, especially if blue is already cutting it out. But man, 4 teams here is... I've seen 2, I've seen 3. I don't know if I've seen 4 teams crash this compound before at the same time.
Well, I don't know if we'd count best. Yeah, they are kind of just hovering around, picking up some kills. But no, whether they're in the compound or not, the damage is real. It's a big threat. We do see Alo get knocked in the kill feed, so Liquid's woes are not stopping. They tried to go directly into San Martin itself, as this fight here in this sort of crossroads compound has come to a bit of a lull. The lines of scrimmage have been set, though. What It Takes, they are peeking for some other opportunities at damage onto Bestia up the hill. Mixtall from 55 was able to find some loot. And now looking at Toyo, rotate up and around them. This is a position that you'd look to find a cheeky, sort of opportunistic kill.
Okay, so smoke's coming out for DNL as Shrimzy and the rest of Falcons are being an absolute nuisance here on top of this rock. But something I want you to also look at, Cammy, is, again, we talked about it at the top of the show. A lot of teams rotating early in that second phase, going straight to center. We saw Liquid do it. We saw Bestia do it. We saw Empire try to do it. You know, Team Casito. We also saw What It Takes. Like, a lot of these teams have realized how much more even so. That was a disgusting little spray in there. I thought he actually got him. How important these central compounds are in this perspective.
Ooh, good counter pressure by Shap. Allows Sim Charismo to get that down player away and get the revive, which is good for them, though, because they're going to need to get into the zone. The question is, Falcons, are they going to stick around this area? How long do they want to try and hover over Sim Charismo? Oh, and a great spray by Roth again! The 3x on this Og. He is a monster with this setup.
That was gross. That was the gross. It was also like a weird angle where the car could have blocked a lot of those bullets, but I mean, Roth just lasered him. As now AKA is going to be down to 2 at that compound, and they're just going to find a way in. But the Sandstorm, this could help them with this rotation, actually. With not that much information of what's going on at the center circle, they could find somewhere safe, but it's so hard to see where the hell you're driving. D's, survive!
We barely saw Cowboy's vehicle flipping through that sandstorm, and then Roth ended up hitting that tree. But hey, they made it to their intended location regardless. Though I say that Cowboy is a little bit extended, but you know what? That's not a lost player left behind. That's a crossfire.
Yeah.
It's all about framing.
Toyo, speaking of framing, coming into frame, rotating in. I believe they have 4 members alive. They do. They're going to be rotating just to the edge. I don't know. No, they're going to stop here, which may be ill-advised, but we'll see. Silson's going to get shot off and think the better of it, so he's going to back off for a second, but they're in for now. The good news for Toyo, Cammy, is that they're in for now.
Ooh, Falcons, they're still fighting. And Grisbo Atrid tried to go for the drive-by, perhaps being a little bit too saucy. Kickstar on the high ground was a bit too wounded to try and provide some more cover support. That doesn't mean that it's over for H-Win or even Falcons at this point. There it is. Kickstar does get activated. Sam Crow goes down. 1-for-1 trade at the moment. No one's been confirmed yet, but they're going to be running from the blue in just a few short minutes. Back over to Alcudzia versus AKA and Anu. getting isolated, getting taken down. 4 kills for Alcudia.
There we go. Very, very good start to the day so far for Alcudia. I mean, 4 kills, game 1. About to get Roth up. Good position. That's what you like to see. And they already had a solid day yesterday as well, right? So just building on that success. Very good from QAD as they're going to be on the east side of this circle. And look at this. Toyo with a Panzer coming in the vehicle. Are they going to actually get to use it? Yep, they will. Robert will go down, but it's going to be a trade is made. We'll get Emmy and now Capitan. And Emmy will get the frags onto Robert and Roger.
Oh, but there's now counter grenades coming out. I don't know if Toyo knew where exactly they were driving into, what situation they were inviting themselves to join. And so, yeah, they do get a couple of kills. They do eliminate a team, but they instantly took a lot of trades. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the revives. Get back up as 4. We do see 55 also joining the high ground to the north as Falcons, they're going down in the kill feed. Their struggle away from the blue is starting to run into more and more issues. They've lost 2.
Yeah,
it's all on the Tickleton and Shrimsy, but this dynamic duo can still do some major damage.
Hold on, Cammy. We have aerial support, mortar support here coming in. Those nades are going to get Falcons a little low here as Tig and Shrimsy are just on the edge. I mean, they can't really back up. Fortunately, these mortars are not getting too close. As I believe those are being fired by... Who are those being fired by, actually?
I'm not quite sure. The car? Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. They're getting a little closer now. Cause for concern, and the vehicle's gone.
Yeah. No, this is not a great position for the Falcons to be in. They already have 3 kills. And when we talk about average points per game, that includes the games that they are able to get the chicken dinner. So I think they're 11 points per game. You know, it might drop a bit after this one, but should still be able to maintain a high enough level. We'll see how many kills they can get from here, though. Still make it a good round. Shrimsy's taken low. This is a great angle by Santastico. Is able to somehow thread that over the ridge into Shrimsy. Tig is going to be there for the knock. But now Sam Turismo comes in from the opposite side. It's got to be it for the Falcons. I don't see how Tickleton can try and work his way out of this one.
No, and that's going to be it. So it's actually going to be Typhon who's going to grab Tig. But working in silence, who we were just watching, again, 3 kills, good position early. This team, I just really like working in silence, man, especially in PAS. These guys are actually studs. And the level that they've been able to achieve as far as improving over the year, it's just, it's great to see, man. South America is, they're here to play, and they have been for a while.
Down to 12 teams. Also lost 55 off screen at some point. Elusive, the spray on a DraftKing. No longer able to hold on to their previous high ground. They're going to try and make their way into a new one, but Kraken's also in wait. Release the beast, but
nice try.
Well, gets traded back, so DraftKing is in a position to get revived now. It all relies on Luminosity. What angles could they potentially get onto this one dome? We're seeing some grenades tossed in, but nothing lethal yet.
Kraken tried to back out. You saw him try to put his head down, you know, as least as possible. But as soon as he saw that second vehicle come up, he knew that he was probably going to get knocked there. As I don't know if El Proyecto is going to make that push. Actually, they might. They might send Posta to make that push to try to save him. But this topside plateau we have seen so often in endgames, and it's actually pretty fun to fight in as long as you're on the edges. But that shift just completely changed the narrative. There's really not that much to play around the area that Typhon, LG, and Bestia currently are, and right below them on that road is just pure opening. Vinny is just going to catch some shots from Gizer, and he's going to go down. 2 members left for Bestia Cam.
At this point in the game, you need to know if you're going to be playing for the win or just playing for some salvage kills on the edge. And I think El Proyecto, and for, you know, for a pretty fair point, Bestia as well, they're going to be in the latter category. Good grenade coming up from Posta. It's going to be a 2 versus 3, assuming Bestia do get the revive. Mime is playing forward to defend the res. And so Vinny does get back on his feet. Takes a quick second to heal on up. And now they're going to be backing away. The big problem is for Bestia, it's not just El Proyecto that are going to be moving on to this position. It's also whoever is able to leave this compound, which not said and done for either of the 3 teams involved. But we got some Panzerfaust in play that's going to make some explosive fighting while the blue is closing in.
Yeah, the good thing there is, I was gonna say, what it takes at least had 4 alive going into that initial engagement, but Toyo just ripped them apart. In fact, Toyo's even ripping themselves apart as I think that was a team knock. Maybe someone ran in front, but they should be able to get Emmy back up. Either way, it's gonna be now down to just 2 for what it takes. And don't forget about Empire. They're still on the other side of that street. There is a vehicle available. The problem is there's just nowhere to go. I mean, set up a fort, sure, if you can on the road, but that's not gonna be enough, especially with the teams on the high ground. So yeah, this is basically a fight for survival on points, kill points. I don't know if there's going to be much to play after this fight is all said and done, but if they can find the timing, there is a window between where El Proyecto and Bestia will fight as well. So this needs to happen quickly for these 2 teams. 3 teams, I should say. Oh, 2 teams now.
Now it
Empire's
is down to
gone.
2.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Empire's down, but the blue is already overtaking Toyo's position. Lucid should have a health advantage, assuming if Marcis is also able to join up with higher HP. Third person peeking the corner, spotted Toyo for a brief moment, pre-fires the run out. Second doesn't land, does get traded now onto Lucid, taking another 1v1. What it takes to get eliminated. Toyo, they're going to be limping into the circle, but they're at least alive for now, and they've made it into placement points, albeit just briefly. They do get eliminated, but not a bad number of kills. But suddenly, Silzen face to face with El Proyecto, and Bestia able to come out on top, but Silzen is the last one up. What can Luminosity find? They're looking for it, but they're not given the space, they're not given the freedom, because working in silence are being a bit too abusive from the south.
Yeah, LG so far have done a fantastic job of controlling this little slice of the circle for themselves. They've put the brakes onto Bestia, as well as getting a point there of Toyo, on top of just doing so much damage to that compound in general that what it takes Empire and Toyo were in. And to Toyo's credit, his Gats is going to just eat a headshot real quick. Toyo at least got the points there. They cleaned up most of the kills, and they knew they were going to die, but that was a great play from them to at least be able to get those points. It looks like Bestia is actually going to recover here as well. As Al can see it, it's going to be 6 kills, make it 7. Double nades coming from Rello and D, and they still have high ground position, but now they're out of the circle, so they're going to have to push into that edge.
Sometimes Alcazia's like early game action can end up biting them, but here it's another example of that seems to buy them a fair bit of momentum, and they're still just trying to roll towards the end. It's going to be difficult to make their way into the circle with this shift favoring the West just a touch, but as you said, already 7 kills. High ground position, looking to keep potentially dangerous, locked into the corner. This could be a fair bit more.
And you
running out of frag grenades, that's the real big concern.
Yeah, frag grenades for sure, but you can also just see that advantage, right, of having high ground. Just being able to see so much while exposing nothing is just so strong. That's why, and you saw it earlier with Bestia trying to push LG potentially. There's just no way up that hill without just getting absolutely shredded. So these teams have to be very careful, but also very cognizant about when they're rotating so they can be those teams on the top side, as Santastico is going to take some damage for his trouble there. That's what you get for jumping.
Yeah, don't surprise jump. I even tried to swap jump and crouch for a moment, but it felt wrong, so I swapped it back. But not a bad idea. Anyway, so Silson gets a knock onto Snakers. Bestia need to break their way into Luminosity's position, but there's always going to be the threat of Typhon spotting this cross by Bestia. Playing it slow. Luminosity able to go for the revive. And Vox has pushed out to a separate angle, but Mime with the high ground, peeking over, trying to find some information.
This just becomes a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to peek first? Who's going to make that first mistake? And you can see both teams just using the information they have as much as they can to their advantage. It's going to be Mime to step over, but Bizzler has something to say about that. Now Silzen, he's going to find one, maybe a double. He does not get the double. He's only going to find one. Vinny goes down as well.
That's all into Silzen. Cannot follow through. A good hold by Luminosity. There was a brief moment, Godspeed. I agree that looked like Bestia might have been able to break through, but the damage really wasn't all that much. And so we're now top 4. Luminosity still have a good foot in the game. It's a 4v4v4v3, so still a lot of players left. Typhon Gaming, 4 kills for them. Another example of central positioning doesn't always net you an opportunity for kills, but if they can clean up the rest here and get the win, that'll still make it a great round for them.
Yeah, it would. And more importantly, QAD they actually managed to get into the edge for free. I thought maybe Typhon would keep someone there as they had the inner compound held, and that is a dastardly circle. But yeah,
Right.
QAD managed to just walk into that one, so now they have a foothold to fight not only Typhon, but as well as Working in Silence. I really do like how Working in Silence has been working this ridge line, though. They have been able to take their time, they haven't overcommitted, and they've really shut a lot of teams out from getting onto that point, and even dealing with that high ground disadvantage, they really haven't given too much. So Working in Silence, just, again, great play here from them. And 4 kills. Why not?
Yeah, why not? They've survived on the ridge. And now I don't know how to call this game. Luminosity are clearly going to be in the lead with that position off of the phase 7 circle shift, but between Typhon, Akatsuya, and Working in Silence, I think it's going to just be...
Oh, that's dirty. I like that. I like
crap
what I'm
shot,
seeing
I think,
here.
but yeah, finally using the boost mechanic, putting Roth on the high ground, following through with D, though Kawazin's frag grenade, if that's aimed correctly, could be good. The trajectory was right, but I think the cook and the angle is just slightly off.
Oh, but a blue zone doesn't really matter. And Molly's, oh my goodness. Okay, oh goodness. Hold on a second, that's 2 down now. And that's all Working in Silence coming in from, they're coming in from the southeast. And look at this pinch, Cowboy's been seen.
Roth goes down, no time to get the revive there. Had to just stick and commit onto Rello, still 3 up. Running from the blue. So the time is really unfortunate. Suddenly Gats and Snakers, where did they come from? They were able to find an angle. So Akatsuya, they started the game off hot, but they get eliminated in 4th place. Still a good round, but now we get to see who of the remaining squads is able to go for the chicken dinner. With Akatsuya eliminated, Working in Silence, they pull away from Typhon. They don't want to get caught up in a fight and give Luminosity another opportunity to be the extra arrival to clean everything up.
That situation for QAD was just super unlucky, because literally all of the other 3 teams left in the lobby had decided that, yeah, those are probably the easiest points, and just surgically deleted QAD. I mean, it was just at that point, it almost seemed like it was a 12-on-4. So,
yeah,
you hate to see it, but it is a good flex there from LG and Working in Silence, realizing that the fight between Typhon and QAD was going on, and they both split the north and south and just, you know, again, surgically removed that team. And so Luminosity with so much control here, but still with the south side being fairly open, there is a world that Working in Silence can continue to wrap that and find some success, but it's up to Typhon. I mean, they're the ones in arguably, I wouldn't even say arguably, they are the ones in the weakest position currently out of these 3 teams.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Typhon that they weren't able to really extend out and put any presence outside of the compound. They kind of just were huddling inside. Kawazine finds one to Souls. What sort of angle is that? Through the wall, through the fence. A pixel peek if I've ever seen one. Here comes Luminosity. That's the big issue. In fact, actually, wait, is Tony going down? No, he's going down to a Molly by Santastico. Wasn't able to get out of the fire in time. So Typhon, even with that knock, they're still going to be the ones getting bullied here. Knock stolen by Gats.
But I like these angles that they're trying to go for, but they need to get out. The problem is they can't. I mean, they have to commit to something. There's only 1 smoke left for Kawazine, and yeah, I mean, I don't see. That's just tough. Again, that's just the circle moving and the teams moving around them that we're able to pinch them. So now it just comes down to a 4-on-4, a straight up 4-on-4 where LG has advantage.
A positional advantage in the zone, but as far as the terrain, I'm liking where Working in Silence are able to play off. If they have the high ground, Bizzler's holding front, holding forward, with Gats and Snakers both playing Overwatch from the back hillside, and now he's gonna go for the spray. He got 3. Fox chimes in and helps out, and it's all down to 1 member left. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, what was a 4 versus 4 become a 4 versus 0 as Luminosity confirmed their 3rd chicken dinner of Masters #1.
Damn, that was crazy. The angle was perfect. They all came out flooded. The spray was there, and LG with 9 kills just took over that game. Even from that spot, they had done so much rotational damage to multiple teams trying to come in. They thwarted Bestia's push up that hill. I mean, that was just impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah, really, really was. I mean, high ground can be very, very valuable, but it is not everything, and Bizzler is showing us exactly how that can be the case. Luminosity, you have to acknowledge, though, they were given a really, really strong circle shift in circle 7, right, Gibson? But they were able to play it out very well. Not only did they flex out to the north and get a couple of kills on Al Qadsiya, they were also just able to stabilize. I don't think they got a single knock ever since their fight against Bestia.
Yeah, I think their decision making was just excellent that whole game. And I think that, again, tying back to the conversation session I had with the team, they were focusing on TPP. They know how much there's going to be this year, and they're making it count. Like, their macro game has been the best in all of the Americas so far as the Masters tournament is being concerned. It's another win for them. What's that? 3 wins now over the course of just 7 maps. They are just dominating that style, and it's nice to see them get a nice kill tally as well. Those 9 kills will certainly help them in the kill count as well.
Yeah, Akatsuya with 12, Working in Silence with 11, and even Typhon Gaming with 10. Godspeed. We talked about those first 2 teams that I mentioned, but Typhon Gaming, they're actually pretty high up on the leaderboard if my memory serves me correctly. Coming into this game, they were in 6th place, not too far away from El Proyecto in 5, and so I think now they're going to be overtaking that spot, and they're in the top 5 we'll be able to confirm that when we go into the overall leaderboard. But the point is, Typhon Gaming, they're really starting to get their land legs under them. I know we've seen a lot from Tony, but I think Psycho was the one player statistically from day one that was kind of in the mix alongside with the rest of the Falcons.
Yeah, and Typhon, you know, it's not flashy, it's not crazy, but they just get it done. You know, even in the games that they didn't necessarily do too well yesterday, again, salvaging, recovering, they were able to get a good amount of kills. Even in the beginning of that game, right? When we saw them fight against Bestia, initially taking that knock, they were able to recover and back out of that. So they're just really good at being scrappy, but more importantly, the recovery is solid, man. Anytime they lose members, they at least get 1 or 2 res. Like if I remember there was a situation yesterday where 2 of them were knocked, they were able to recover at least 1 of them and then go on to the rest of the game as a 3-man. So yeah, they're just quietly trucking along. I mean, I say quietly, but 34 kills is not that quiet. The placement is really where they get in trouble, but overall, yeah, they've been solid in this event so far.
Yeah, who's been a bit less quiet is going to be Luminosity Gaming. After that win, as you can see, they are now currently in 1st place. And it's a bit interesting, though, because it seems that they are a bit feast and famine. They get really good points from those wins. I mean, just look at their placement points compared to everyone else. The kill points are lacking in comparison, though, Gibson. Is this cause for concern of them not being able to get kill points even in games that they aren't given, that they aren't able to like find those really strong end game focused positions?
I think it comes down to more the TPP factor, because they're playing the macro games so well that they're getting into really good positions. And I think that was the first map that we've seen all tournament long where we got to the final 4 teams and there was more than like 7-8 players alive. Like we almost had a full complement of players. They're getting really good positions, and if it was FPP, they would be fed kills coming into those final couple of phases because it's TPP and there's a lot more casualties. All the, you know, that massive pool of kills is not just there for them to have. And, you know, you said feast or famine. Look at the map shifts that they've had in the games they didn't win. Like, they were as far away from the Millie Island circle as you could be without having any pickups. So I'm not too worried about it. They're top of the leaderboard. Like, they're not going to be worried either, Cammy.
No, I mean, yeah, you're right. They are currently in 1st place, but we're still only 7 of 18 games in. We saw how sort of aggressively a couple of the teams were able to skyrocket up the leaderboard after the first couple of rounds, and Luminosity were one of those teams. So I don't think any team is going to feel super, super safe here. But Godspeed, 55 Esports. What do we even say about them? I mean, we have 1 more Miramar today and then 2 more tomorrow, of course. So we're halfway through the Miramars of this whole event. Do we think they're going to continue going to Power Grid? I think we're on the same page here. I wouldn't recommend that they do, but nothing seems to have deterred them so far.
I'm just, and I very well could be missing something here. I just don't get it. I understand why you hot drop, but they're not even hot dropping. Like, they're just looting the brick and then they're just backing off. And then in that game especially, like, they lost one to, I think, Working in Silence. So I don't get it. I'm just gonna say it. I'm more than willing to admit that I don't see it. I don't understand why they're doing it. But I mean, yeah, they might go there again. So I really, yeah, I can admit I don't understand what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. It is odd. It is strange. If you're going to, like, yeah, like I'm. If you're not going to fight, why drop at all? There are other places on the map that you can go to that have better loot than that one single brick house. and you can find some vehicles, and you can do some long rotating. You can even do some like there are so many other options that are not great options in of themselves, but they're certainly better than what they're doing. So, I mean, Gibson, do you happen to have any sort of angle on this? You happen to have any sort of insider knowledge? Because we're all coming
maybe
up
there's
with,
something I'm just not seeing.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I don't know what it is.
I think there's a psychological aspect to it, right? Because this is a team that wanted to drop here in PAS. They were a regional partner team. So they came in with the confidence of thinking, you know what, we can drop here because we're going to get into the finals lobby. And it didn't work for them. And I feel like they've lost that confidence. They want to drop there. But if they drop there and it's like, oh, I don't know, I don't like where Luminosity are, they just bail. Like, I feel they're waiting for the right opportunity to take that fight on. And at the moment in time, they're like, yeah, we're here. They've got the vehicle. Let's just get out of Dodge. I think they need a win. I think 55 Esports need a win. They need something positive to get that spark back because they're playing within themselves. And you know as well as I do, as a player, when you're confident, you're twice the player you are than whenever you're kind of not swinging things and playing passive.
Right. And passive play, I think, is actually coming to bite a couple of teams here. Empire is one that we've called out before. Toyo as well is a team that seems to try and take this early game a bit too slow. Like, just look at the previous match. They were caught rotating around a couple of different players, a couple of different other teams around the west side of the circle. And it's not to say that they shouldn't rotate. Like, obviously you need to be rotating. But Toyo in 8th place, it's not bad, but it's certainly not as good as we expect from this squad. I'm worried that there are a couple of teams out there. Liquid might even be one of them, if, you know, just to try and give some explanation to the 34 total points that they have, of not really going for fights in the early game when it's shown that even with a fairly bloodless circle number 1, it got instantly bloody in circle number 2. So I don't know what it is about third person, Godspeed, but these teams are just willing and ready to fight from the very, very beginning. And so for the teams that are trying to avoid that and try and play in conservative in the early game, they need to figure out a different approach.
Well, they just need to get, again, we noticed it in that first circle as well when we talked about it on the top of the show. Is Gibson had mentioned, a lot of these teams are opting to rotate sooner. They're opting to get to those central compounds sooner, and we saw that with LG. They kind of got to that bowl early, and they were able to hold it for a long, long time because of just how good it is in the perspective shift. Also, I mean, with Toyo, yes, their placements have been pretty bad so far, but I mean, they have 35 kills. That's pretty much on par with everyone else on the left side of the leaderboard. So even though they're not getting the placements, I mean, that play in that last game to go to the compound were what it takes, as well as Empire and the third team. There was actually 4 teams there at one point, but they got in there. Casito, thank you. They got in there. They were able to get the wipe on pretty much everyone else before LG took them out. So they're still finding those kills. Is it as clean as we would like? Maybe not, but overall, I mean, they're still in 8th place, and they're only about 20 points behind a top 3 finish. So they're doing okay, but they do need to fix their macro as far as just getting more placement points, right? Because if they can put that together with the kills that they are very healthily getting, then I think they're going to be solid.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they're fraggers. It's just you being able to fight out of bad situations, whether you're coming in late from the blue, being able to fight out of spots like that, get a couple of kills, even if you go down only a few moments after, is really good, is really strong. We know Toyo are full of fraggers. It's just a little, I guess, frustrating as a fan of Toyo. I'll be honest, a little bit frustrating that they always seem to be coming in super, super late.
Look,
I'm frustrations.
With you. Yeah, let it out. I'm a Toyo fan as well. Look, Capitan and Emmy, I've been backing them for a while. I think that, the problem is the placement points. Like, they're not getting into the late game. Like, when you look at other teams that are sub 10 placement points, it's Empire, 55, Sam Crismo, and Team KZito. Like, it's a big jump between that into those teams and where Toyo are. So they're finding kills, they're just not playing positionally. They're one of the teams that are suffering from losing players on rotation early. Like, they're usually down to 2 or 1 player by the time you get 20 minutes into the game, and you're never going to be able to build from that point. Like, don't get me wrong, they're in a hell of a lot better position than those other teams we just spoke about with lower placement points, but they need to find a way to keep as many players up for as long as possible to give themselves a fighting chance.
So going into this last Miramar, Godspeed, anything you're looking for, anything you're looking to go with? I mean, we're about to see the plane path, so you can base it off of that. But I don't know, I think this last Miramar, I don't want to put too much stake into it, but the beginning phases of this tournament are almost over. You need to know what you're doing from this point on.
I just really don't want to see 55 go back to Power Grid with LG. I mean, I would like to actually watch them play like a proper game where they loot and rotate with vehicles. And I don't think I'm going to get that, so that's okay.
Yeah. Well, I do have word that working in silence, they had to go with the substitute. Kind of a last minute issue, not exactly sure what was going on, but for a team that is in an okay but could be better position on the left side of the leaderboard, that just had a good round previously, second place with a good number of kills, I'm worried that this is going to slow down their momentum. Who is it? It's
the name's
player
being
that's on the
covered.
far left, I think.
It's being covered by a badge, so we can't
Come on,
quite
come on,
get
come out of the way. Get out of the way. We got to see who it is.
It is. Yeah, still, we're not going to get it for a while. We're not going to get it for a while, but it does, you know, I have good eyesight. It's just hard to read from this point on. And wow, look, hot drop. This time though, LG are getting a bit more amongst it, and yeah, Vox did the right thing to pull off there.
Oh, yeah.
And go inside the big brick because he was in trouble for a second.
All right, so Godspeed 55, they are hot dropping, but they are committing to this fight. And I agree, Gibson. Vox did pull away at the right time. Look, he was about to contest them 1 versus 4.
It's fish.
But are
Those
they
fish?
That was a lot of G's back to back. I don't envy you on that one, Kevin. Gibson, Godspeed. There's too many.
Yeah,
of us.
yeah,
Too
I got
many
caught
of
up.
us
I got
Gs.
caught up.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's LG that's leaving. Great. You know what? And I'll tell you why I actually do like this, because LG have pretty much sat at Power Grid and won most. I'd say won the hot drops, but they never really fought. But at this point, LG's like, look, if these guys are just gonna keep coming here and not only like potentially hindering our game, like we're just gonna actually take the vehicles and just go rotate and loot somewhere else. Like it just it doesn't make sense to me why 55 is so hell-bent on Power Grid. I know it's a good spot, but at least LG's like, you know what? Like, fine, we'll just go loot somewhere else.
And they took the vehicle. That's what I expected 55 to do the previous round. The problem is for LG, this circle, look at the circle, working in silence with their 4-box spread. Luminosity, they don't know where they can go that is perfectly safe. All 4 of them are together, so if they do run into a single member of working in silence, they should have an advantage, but it still makes things a little bit complicated, and you want to have a nice, easygoing looting phase as much as you can control, and I don't think they're going to have a choice in the matter. They look like they were able to beat in front of Typhon, who tried to rotate from San Martin. But man, Gibson, I mean, this circle is not the exact same as the previous phase. How does this affect team's early game approach?
I think you can see it straight away. Like LG not electing to take that fight, realizing that they're all about macro play. They've extended closer towards the center, working in silence as well. They're not committing to Monte. They're taking all the compounds in and around it. It's hard to tell in phase 1 because of just how contrasting this circle is, you know, when you look at one part to the next. The south is very valley dominated. It's all about high ground and looking down inside, but the further north you get, it gets a lot more industrial, a lot more urban, and then all of a sudden you're back up onto the mountains and the high ground on those plains where Power Grid is. So I can't even call it until we get that next shift just because of what this landscape is like.
The question is this glider use by Haven? Is this a direct response to Alcatia? Godspeed. Is this a way for them to check out if there's a camp or not? Hang on. Okay, never mind. Haven gave up. Gliders are hard.
I don't know.
He just drove there.
He just drove like a regular car.
He just drove to the convoy because he didn't have a car.
That's good. I can't fly those things, so I probably would have done this. I actually probably wouldn't have even gotten it. I am a terrible pilot in this game. I will admit it.
I've played with them a little bit. They make sense once you get used to it, but it's
I'm sure
not.
they do.
I mean, because you know, it's like 3 dimensions instead of 2. Like a vehicle.
Are you saying I'm dimensionally challenged? What are you trying to say?
No, all I mean is that there are more variables, and so things can go wild pretty quickly. Comfort level, I think, it's a major factor in any sort of tool in a video game, but especially with gliders, it makes sense because nothing else in the game feels like you're driving a glider. Katsuya, they're not going for a bridge camp. I mean, they're not in the zone yet, but they are going to be running and potentially dangerous. Also looking at Liquid, their rotation, they're going to need to have another good game. We hoped that perhaps their game 6 from yesterday was going to sort of skyrocket them into the tier 1 performance that we expect, but Gibson doesn't really seem to be the case so far. Hold that thought. What is this?
Nothing. Oh, there we go. Opportunity to get the first kill on the board. But folks, like, as you can see, most teams are now inside the circle, apart from a couple of stragglers going in, Cammy. So I think as the zone begins to close, maybe it's time for me to let the two experts take it away.
Oh, if you insist.
Who are the experts?
wait. We don't have any experts on the panel.
Hold on. Team Casino, I mean, that would have been a nice frag. They didn't get it, unfortunately, so they're just going to be pulling off here as we now look at potentially Dangerous, who's going to be rotating in just in front of Bestia. Bestia is actually just to their northeast, Cammy. And then everyone else, I mean, looking at the circle, I'm a little disappointed with our Miramar circles. Even yesterday and today, they're so vanilla. You know, they're just...
Yeah, I get that. Good for Loom. All right, let's go.
What is going on, dude? I also do have to say, Sam Crismo, I really don't know what's going on with this team. They had some pretty decent performances as far as just individual games when we look back at PAS, but I don't think they have a single placement point yet.
Is that true? No, you're right. They don't have a single placement point. At least Team Casino has one.
They have gotten at least one, yeah, but Sam Crismo has not been able to find any footing inside of the top 8, which is very unusual.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point,
like
usually you expect like 1 or 2
them.
placement points, even accidental. You can trip and fall into a 7th place, 8th place finish.
We're gonna have to go back and after today see what's going on with that team, but they're about to run into a team that has had a few fair struggles of their own, but it's gonna be Team Liquid, and they're actually just rotating right past. I wonder if Liquid is trying to set a trap for them to maybe try to commit, but I don't think that's happening.
The other players are set up in Upper Chuma, and that does seem to be where Sam Crismo are trying to go. If Luke gets a nice quick knock or two, is gonna go for it. The slowdown coming up the ridge line is gonna line Sam Crow up for Luke to take his head off, and so that's gonna be a nice early kill. The rest of Sam Crismo are just driving away, as is the left behind coupe of Sam Crow.
Well, again, another point and 3 members at least for Sam Crismo to try to just find their first placement point. I'm sure they will eventually. I just hope there's going to be a point where just something clicks and they really start to hammer out this lobby a little bit as Team Liquid. Again, 1 kill, nice start for them. And the position is good. I like setting up on the southeast here. They have rotation options, especially if this does go into an RE shift and it's just all bad. So just hanging out here and trying to get what points they can.
Bestia coming in from the north. Still part of the footsie game of figuring out where everyone is. Do you want to contest? How much pressure do you want to put on them? How much are you going to concede for free? Do you want to maybe play a game of chicken, of get a bit too close to comfort, see how they move? That's how a lot of the early games in PUBG work out, especially on a Miramar. Snowstorm coming in on the north. Empire in a pretty decent spot once again to start things off. Not playing in the blue just yet.
And everyone is pretty much set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bestia is actually going. I was noticing that as you went to say it, they're rotating further out. I don't know if they're trying to wrap around AKA or maybe just avoid potentially dangerous angles, but because you can see Vinny is currently set up above PD, so they are aware of that. Is DraftKings now taking shots at Empire?
Yeah, I think Bestia are playing for early game control of specifically the northwestern spot, which does seem like an odd commitment for, you know, phase 1. You don't know if it's going to shift up there, but the alternative is challenging those teams in front of them. So I think they're just sort of putting in some work to try and get a opportunities to kill in the early game. But we do see Haven get back in that glider. Turns out it was just driving to the next loot spot and not a failed attempt at liftoff, but a hardship to the north. Phase 2, Al-Qadsiya, we're used to seeing them fight from the edge, not just with the bridge camps, but just taking early game engagement. They now have an opportunity for a central compound. They're going to take it.
Yeah, and looking for those teams, as we said, that start to rotate early. You can see Working in Silence already on their way. You see Empire and PD immediately flooding to that priority compound that we see so often come into play in these final circles that end around Monty. That hilltop is just packed right above where LG is currently sat. So Falcons now also started to make their move. They have a free rotation on the south, and it looks like they're going to be going in towards Typhon's trajectory.
Havens? Oh, that's a dangerous angle. That player up on that plateau. We've seen some sick shots on players in gliders before. You're not perfectly safe no matter how free you feel up in the skies with the birds. But Typhon still sort of using that high ground player to bump forward, bump up around power grid, which has been abandoned by 55. LG, remember, ceded it to them in the early game, but 55 dropped down to the south in one of the more lighter populated compounds.
Well, I mean, there's 4 alive. They have a central position in a good circle. So, I mean, if ever there was a game for 55, you would argue that this is probably going to be that game. Falcons now making their way. So they actually, looks like they, what is the word I'm looking? My goodness, pivoted. My goodness, what is wrong with me? It looks like they pivoted off their rotation with Typhon. That should not have been so hard, as now they're going to be pulling up right behind Toyo.
Man, I am the last person to try and call you out for brain farts like that. But yeah, no, it is interesting that Falcons, they're actually going away from the zone. They don't want to be going up through that sort of trajectory that would lead them directly into that power grid external space. And so instead, it looks like we're aiming to have a wrapping rotation around Monte Nuevo. They stop at Toyo's previous spot, but what it takes, and Luminosity have positioned themselves right in front of them. They could go all the way out around, even into the blue a little bit. It's only phase 2. That's not really a concern now. And, you know, Falcons, they did get kneecapped the touch by being a bit too aggressive with their early to mid-game rotation. So I don't know if this is a response to specifically that.
This has just also been a fairly uneventful, I mean, first 2 circles, which is kind of rare because even in the last game, even the games yesterday, right, so far, when we look at TPP as a competitive circuit, it's been very aggressive. Actually, you've seen a lot of teams running into each other. Gibson mentioned it yesterday, how a lot of the solo plays were happening, and you'd see teams coming in, limping into the circle with, you know, only 1, 2, or 3 members max alive. And so this game has been kind of different, and now LG finally is just going to consolidate, and they're just going to go straight for Empire here.
Yeah. I think Empire might have actually crashed. Why is Snakers away from the rest of Luminosity? So many smokes on the field. The blue zone grenades have just dissipated, and the circle shifts away from this compound, which makes it even more important for whoever to win fast. Fox with grenade at the ready, trying to line it up on the valley, but gets shot by Finna. Taken out by his own grenade. Heartbreak for Luminosity in this fight so far.
Oh, but good thing is, it's good news. Oh no! Gats, what happened? Oh, the sandstorm though, this could actually come in to save them, but finally, I mean, Empire doing well to get this fight going, and that's going to be a knock coming back onto Valley. It's going to be a beautiful spray from Gats, but he's got a lot of work to do after accidentally knocking his teammate, and now LG just down to Snakers. So a team who has won 3 games and quite frankly looked unstoppable, especially in the later half of yesterday, is now looking to go down to Empire, who also desperately need the points. And there it is, Empire with a very clean, well done wipe, albeit with some help from Gats, and an accidental nade will get rid of them.
The feast and famine storyline for Luminosity continues, but a good start for the round onto Empire. But Falcons now rolling on up. This is a good opportunity for them to get a couple of kill points to start their run in this round and overtake Luminosity, reclaim first place. Get a nice little knock on a Finna, quick as you like it. So some counter pressure is taking Ichwin pretty low. I don't think Empire are going to be able to get out of this compound that easily, especially with what it takes. Sort of salivating on the other side of that road.
And speaking of going up that road, fine, okay, Typhon again. We just noticed that they get kills, you know, 1 or 2 here. Again, it's not flashy. but they just find the points, man, and that's what keeps them up there. Meanwhile, Falcons, another team who does tend to find points based on kills, is just continuing to harass Empire. And now that this is no longer in, they're going to move up and probably even gatekeep. We've seen Falcons do that many times, and even just looking at this circle, it would be either that compound that's sitting just above the position they're playing with the, I believe that's a stable and open warehouse. It is, yep. And then you have DraftKings, actually, I just noticed he's sitting on Batulin's spot all the way up there. Little Billy Goating up there.
Well, Liquid now looking for an opportunity for some kills once again. Don't know how they made it so far north from their previous spot around Chuma, but they are here and they are getting some extra points. All 4 up, even playing into the blue. Gladiator's vehicle is going up in flames and goes down to Alo. Boyd's getting squashed, but AKA they got, I think, 1 player left.
Oh, the tires. The tires, but he keeps it under control. What a smooth operator. And he spins out. Dark's gonna have to get out of the vehicle, and this is, oh no, his cover. I do like that he was able to get that smoke out immediately though, Cammy.
Ooh, it's not good for Liquid though. Sparking got dropped and has been taken very low, unable to get revived. So a bit of an overcommitment by Liquid is gonna get punished though. Wait, Sparking wasn't even in the blue when he got knocked. Alo and Kurt were the players playing out from the blue zone. Well, the circle does go away from this position. They got a couple of kills, but I think Liquid are still hoping to get a bit more points this round. Currently sitting in 9th place, not too far from the top 8, but this is a team that is generally shooting for top 1.
Yeah, and Bestia with an opportunity here to get some more kills if they can find them onto Team Casito. As you also have Roger. Roger's going to be the one to worry about on that east side if he does wrap around, but that's a long way to go as well. This is kind of an awkward split that even Bestie is in, because you do have DraftKings sitting up at the top of that hill. He is giving, I mean, massive Overwatch, a lot of information, but they're not in anymore, so Bestie's going to have to make their move. They can probably play the Shack for now, but DraftKings is going to have to come off top, and that was so close.
I believe H-Twin got the knock onto potentially dangerous with the mortar, so was looking to follow it up, see if they can't get any more. Falcons are being active. They're just looking for kills any which way, no matter what range, no matter what distance. Not necessarily fighting for compounds. They're just looking to pick up the points where they can, where it's delivered to them. Vinny now staring back down onto Team Casito, not playing into the blue just yet. Wait for them to get to the vehicle. Lines a bit of damage and gonna toss out the frag grenade. This could be huge, but I think Team Casito, they got word there was about to be some explosive action and they're backing away.
You can see Vinny, he just wants to get at least 1 knock. He wants to get just 1 point before he backs off this. You can see Stilson kind of holding the new spot warm for them. Again, it's just a Shack for now, but it's still at least inside the circle as Draft is going to come alive and find that point that Vinny couldn't grab. Oh, got to reload. That's okay. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, but it's a track, so not the easiest thing to line up at that range.
Yeah, distance, not the best.
Oh no, Falcons now, they're getting shot at. They're gonna take it down. They eventually had to send it into the center of the zone. There weren't any more places for them to sort of play leapfrog into. And they do lose one on the cross. And the rest of them don't look that much more comfortable either. But more comfortable with Team Casita, who did go down in 14th place. Vinny, last member up for Bestia. Looking to try and hold this position. Unsure what happened to the rest of his squad. They looked to be in an okay spot a couple of minutes ago.
And 55 now started. Okay, here we go. Starting to come alive a little bit. They are going to get a point away. This is just 1 member left of what it takes. Meanwhile, Toyo again in a great position. They can move up that hill, push up. Their real challenge is going to be when 55 does come down, and if they do come down, go to the west side. But Typhon now making their push also onto the position of 55.
Well, it's only Tony for now. Stops that in an initial position. Attention put elsewhere, at least for a moment, but the rest of Typhon shouldn't be taking too much time to join on up. The problem is there are a couple of other teams that are all going to be coming in from the east. Empire, El Proyecto. Bestia do get eliminated, so another kill for Alcacia. They're pushing into the north, but you can see Liquid have made pretty good gains on ground up to their area. Man, that ridge is the only thing separating these two squads, and that is not difficult to toss some utility over. Yep, in fact, someone's already making their way over.
Oh, but Luke 12 is the real problem here. As he has free shots onto their backside, Team Liquid need to put enough pressure on to make sure that Luke can actually use that angle. And you can see D's like, yep, thinking the better of it. He's gonna back off. Again, fighting on hillsides in TPP it's a dance, man. It's a dance. It's cat and mouse. You have to make sure you're playing it right. Otherwise, you're just gonna get punished so hard. And so it's Benny launching these mortars. This. Oh, what?
Oh, fantastic.
That was gross. That was sick.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Dude, this is Toyo. When they're in a fight, when they finally get there, it's a sight to behold. The problem with those northern hillsides that Falcons are now fighting for is that they can't be quite open, but with the circle closing in onto this position, once the circle closes, once we hit phase 6, it will be a bit more manageable, but Toyo don't want to let them get established here. Grenade over, but good cover by H-Win. Doesn't allow Capitan the freedom to finish that knock or get a second on a kickstart, and I think there's some extra shots coming in from down south. I think 55 are staying present against the teams all the way up north. Capitan falls away. It's not worth the risk.
Yeah, and watching, I mean, 55, I'm trying to see if they've had more opportunities to flex out and get kills, but realistically, it was only What It Takes and Typhon, I think, that were really that close to them. So I can understand why they haven't been more proactive.
Nice.
I'm losing it today, proactive, but it makes sense because they really haven't had much to feed off of over there. Plus, they've had to deal with Typhon. Either way, it's going to be Falcons now making another push here onto Toyo after Tig ate a beautiful headshot. It looks like Capitan is going to find Hwin. These guys are insane. What happened to Empire?
I do not know, but they're eliminated now, and, well, Falcons, they're going to have to pull out something to keep themselves from following Empire into the lobby in this second. Miramar Alcacia is arriving now. They are sandwiching Falcons in between a rock and a hard place. Prep the grenade. I don't think that's how you want to throw that one. Bit more overhand. There it is. That's more like it.
I can't fault the man. I think we've all done that at some point, so. Now it's going to be just one member left of the Falcons. And he's in that shack.
No.
And, speaking of Proyecto, it's going to be Haven going down to a nade from Roth. That's going to be an easy flush, and they should recover D. So once again, QAD Alcacia is just finding these late game surges, and more importantly, they're doing it as a 4-man alive. Now, in that last game on Power Grid Cami, they did definitely get 12v4'd, but
yeah,
looking at it this time, it seems like they're healthy and they have north side control, which is very strong in this circle.
Yeah, it looked odd for a brief moment. We saw Cowboy pull away from his angle into Falcons because of the pressure from El Proyecto, but the teammates playing that eastern side were able to hold, and suddenly Mixtall thought it was free. Not so much. Marcy says no. Goes down in a trade, but at least was able to get 1 point for What It Takes before they go down. Still 9 teams remaining, and Toyo pulling away from that northern stretch. They're pulling away from Alcacia. Falcons get eliminated into placement points, but how did Toyo break their way into the zone from here?
Yeah, they're just going to have to contest with 55. I mean, you can see the dip that Baki finds himself in. That's very strong, and so that's what Toyo wants, and that's what Toyo is going to try to take, is working in silence. Meanwhile, is actually picking him off from the other side. They just backfilled him. That was actually a beautiful backfill there.
Really struggle city for 55 right now. It's all to Baki, and Baki is now out, so Toyo were able to make their way through. Will they not just get shot from the exact same angle at 55? Or all but eliminated from? Potentially dangerous. A couple of grenades at the ready. Alcacia are now actually trying to follow up Toyo. They're not coming in from the north. They want to come in from the west. They want to take these kills. They want to take these fights. Positioning be damned. They want the kill points. That is all that they are concerned with. Placements will come later. Who needs positioning when you can just eliminate your opponents and climb up the leaderboard?
It's got a true 6 kills, and they're trying to get more here. There's another 4 potentially for them if they are able to get down QAD, as QAD is now also looking to see what potentially Dangerous is doing, as they're kind of getting pinched. And still PD is a 3-man. So Liquid would go down. Alo did manage to at least get 7th place. So he got some points for 6th place. 7th place. It's a point in the bag for them.
It's something, yeah. Spray doesn't land. Looked good. Bullets didn't quite nail it into Roth, though. Krafton has been knocked. They should be able to revive, but Roth going down. Potentially dangerous. They don't have too many kills at the moment yet, but they've had a slow start to the round, and now is when they're going to get activated, but they're starting to lose some more players. D is trading things back. Infinite down to very low HP. Gabriel can say the same. They're all just sort of healing up. Oh no, Infinite only has bandages. Okay, pick some meds off your fallen teammate. Make their death count for something.
Yep, you might as well. As working in silence, you can see on the opposite side of this, also very aware of what Typhon is doing and trying to make sure they can hold them out. And QAD, again, just trying to hold out this duo. But it's tough because you can see the high ground position that Benya and Emmy have. They're just really not allowing QAD to be as aggressive as they want to be for this next dip. Especially it's just Cowboy. But still 8 kills.
Yeah, you can see Cowboy here trying to cause some attention, sending some shots out, even starting the engine of the vehicle to pull some attention by Toyo. But going to Typhon, only 2 kills for them so far. Tony really wanted to get that knock. He's able to find the angle onto BL's little toesy woesies. Always be aware of your toesy woesies. Lesson number 1 of PUBG.
Yeah, is that the first lesson?
Yeah. Car stopped the spray for a brief moment, but working in silence do go down in 6th place. Wait, what happened to Rello and Roth? Weren't they just alive?
No, it was just down to Cowboy and D the last time we saw them.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been a 2-man for not too long, but not too recent either. They've just been trying to deal with Toyo. The problem is that Emmy and Benny were on that top side. Now that they've come down, I feel like there's a little more room for QAD to breathe, but not by much because, again, potentially dangerous is on the opposite side of this fight. So QAD is really just stuck. I mean, they're in the circle, so they don't have to move. Yeah, which works in their favor. But yeah, it's not going to be Xera going down, just down to Posa for El Proyecto.
Going for the revive on Xera, resets the smoke. You have some sort of safety, but I think Alcatia are going to have an angle. Well, in a brief moment. Okay. El Proyector run back into the smoke. Circle centers on up. No one's inside it. Oh. Not really. In any case, D with a great spray onto Posa. Xera's going to have to go for the revive once again. Doesn't get there. What a spray. Killing spree for Alcatia. They might be down in players, but they are not down in motivation. They are not down in intention to eliminate all of their opponents and get the chicken dinner here. The problem is Typhon and Toyo both have all 4 members left standing.
Yeah, Toyo is just farming, but 2 back-to-back clean as you like sprays coming out from D. You love to see it as a duo. They're still racking up kills, but another team, Toyo still 8 kills. I think QAD now has 10 kills, but Toyo is trying to catch up with only about 6 players left in the lobby for them to kill. Could definitely start to head towards that 16 kill record we saw on day 1, I believe it was, from Proyecto, as D is finally going to go down. It's just up to the last member of QA. It's just up to Cowboy.
Oh, he's getting surrounded. This is not looking good. But Pippa fails to complete the spray and now down in the blue. Cowboy doesn't get the knock. Doesn't really have an opportunity to try and get that kill point, but still is still alive, and Toyo have paid the price for their hubris. Tony's slowly sneaking up that ridge.
I was gonna say, Typhon has to be careful because, again, if they push this wrong, they eat a knock. That's gonna alarm Toyo that it's time to go. It's time for them to start to make a push. But at least Typhon is 4 strong, Cammy.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say that they're in the driver's seat here, but they certainly have the biggest advantage. The problem is they got to figure out where this last player of Alcatia is playing from. Toyo let them do it. Toyo basically let them take this kill, but oh! Okay, Psycho is able to finish things out, and instantly Capitan is there for the trade. 8 kills for Toyo. Can they make this in a 12 kill win? Oh, he's going for the send. This is an aggressive move.
Oh, and Karak is gonna find Capitan, and I like it though. As soon as that knock went out, Capitan was like, you know what? We're going in the vehicle. We're gonna try to make a play. Yes, even though it's a 3-on-3, I just like that he was willing to go for it. Did it work? Absolutely not. But I mean, sometimes in pressure cooker situations, oh no, the blue. Oh no. But very well played overall by Typhon, and so many kills in that lobby between them, Alcadzia, and Toyo.
Yeah.
It was, you know, it took us a while to get there, but in the end, that was just fireworks all the way.
Oh yeah, this was another example, as you said, about the kill points being spread amongst a couple of different teams. Wasn't the case of one single team really taking over, getting a whole bunch, but Typhon come out with the win. They've slowly, almost silently under the radar, making their way up the leaderboard. But with the chicken dinner, they have made their presence known. I don't actually know who's going to be in first place at this point. I don't think Typhon did enough with that chicken dinner. I think Alcadzia already replaced them.
Yeah, Alcadzia.
Yeah, that's
about
what I
midway
said.
through.
Alcadzia. Right? Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right. Gibson, thoughts?
Thoughts? Alcadzia again, just showing the fragging potential they have. You know, they're a team that it is. I think that the floor's rising every time we see them. You know, I always like to talk about teams where you got a floor and you got a ceiling, and the teams that do the best are the teams with the highest floor. Alcadzia are slowly raising that every single map that they go ahead and play in. But can we finally get a little bit of love for Toyo? 6 placement points. You know, it's not really not doubling their placement points, but not far off it either. That really helps them, those 14 points. They'll climb that left side of the leaderboard beautifully after that.
Yeah, listen, that's what happens. That's what I've been wanting to see from Toyo. That's what happens when you get into a fight early and you're not having to sort of run into a situation that you don't even know the full details of, the blue at your back, etc., etc. So hopefully Toyo, as a big Toyo fan myself, hopefully this is sort of a sign of them getting more comfortable with the way that the meta plays out in this third-person experience here. So, yeah, it's slowly running down that leaderboard. Luminosity Gaming going out in 0 points, though. That's a bit of a shocker, Godspeed. I know we said feast or famine for them, or at least I did. I don't want to put words in your mouths, but that seems just a bit of a surprise.
It is, but it can happen, right? They've been so consistent. You're allowed to have one bad game. I mean, every team is, and they really haven't had too many bad games. So yeah, I mean, I just want to know genuinely what's going on with Sam Griezmo, because I feel like that team is way better than what they're showing. I mean, even with the perspective switch, that just doesn't seem right to me. I feel like they should have way more. I mean, that team is just not bad at all. They're not a 16th place team.
Yeah, I agree. What's interesting though is I think, and I don't know if you guys can really relate to this. And I'm kind of doing the original sin of esports broadcasting of a commentator trying to relate to a pro player, which even if you're an ex-pro, that falls off pretty fast. But regardless, there is a weird discomfort of jumping from first person when you've been playing that for about 6, 7, 8 years into third person. And I wonder if that's a reason why some of the teams at the bottom are struggling. 55, Team Casito, Sam Griezmo, even though the gunplay is the same and they can outshoot any of their opponents, which is, you know, how they got here in the first place. I wonder if it's like a subconscious sort of delay in response and an uncomfortable feeling that keeps them from really rising to their true potential, Gibson.
I think there's a bit of that, but the teams that we're seeing in the bottom half of the table, we kind of saw them there at PAS as well, so it's not really a situation like that. Like 55 didn't have the best PAS at all. I think it's actually some of the top teams that are getting caught out more than often than not. Like Liquid, I think, are getting caught out a lot where they want to push aggressively, but they forget that if you push a team aggressively that are in cover, they're going to get full information on where you are. It happened to Luminosity in the last game too. Yeah. Even at the end of that last one, Toyo, right? That gunfight where Posta, I think, went down near the end. Or not Posta, but Peepa went down in the end. Like, Cowboy could see exactly where he was just by shoulder peeking and looking over that ridgeline. And in FPP, that's just not the case.
Right. I mean, it's possible. At the same time, though, 2 teams with 11 points and 1 team with 16. I don't know. Maybe I'm just sort of retconning previous leaderboards, but I have a feeling, I don't know. It just looks a bit more staggered than I can remember. Just looking at what is this? Alcadzia with almost 8 times the points of 16th place. That's a bit wonky, especially when it's only been 8 rounds as well. So I guess that's the angle that I'm coming at. But no, I mean, it's true though. To get here in the already means that you're one of the best of the best. You have to be to get to this position in the first place, and not everyone can win. There's a limited number of points that are on the field. If someone else gets a kill, that's one less kill for you to get. So, you know, I think it's fair that I get checked on not expecting so much out of all these teams when they've already made it to the top level here.
Yeah,
I would also
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I would also just keep in mind that like these are early, right? Like the Masters. I imagine as we move forward and we have more Masters events, like a lot of these initial issues that teams are having are probably not going to be as big of issues. So I would just say keep that in mind as well. Like this is just the first of its kind, right? For us, our region.
Now, okay, let's start to put our attention on the positives, right? On like the teams that are really, really performing. Alcacia in first place right now. Really good performance out of them. It was a bit of a slow start on yesterday, if I recall correctly, but now 80 points, 8-point gap between them and Falcons. And then even behind them, Typhon Gaming with a really good day 2 surge up in form into third place. You know, they entered day 2 and 6, so as far as their position on the leaderboard, it wasn't that big of a game, but I don't know, it feels a bit different for them. Do we think that this rise by either Alcacia or Typhon Gaming Godspeed is going to continue here? Or do we think that the veteran experience of teams like Falcons are gonna sort of remind us why they have been considered the best in North America for as long as they have been?
I don't know. It's hard to say. It really is hard to say because both teams have found consistency. I mean, it's very close. 30 points as far as placements for Alcacia and 25 for Falcons, and then kills on the inverse, you know, 50 and 47. So I mean, they're neck and neck. Both teams have been playing very well in this event. They've both been fragging very hard, and they've been able to find their footing. Even in that game again, where Alcacia had to face off against 3 different teams, they still came into that fight after, you know, acquiring 8 kills. So they're doing well. Their positioning is solid. Their rotations have been very good. I love that they set up that trap for, I think it was El Proyecto coming out of Azahar. They knew that team was rotating out of there. So yeah, I think Alcacia is going to continue to do well and rise, and Falcons will probably do the same.
Right. So Miramar done for today, at least. We do have 2 more tomorrow, but now we're moving on in the map rotation into our set of the miscellaneous maps. I don't really know how to categorize the Tego and the Rondo, but it's the double set in the beginning, or rather the double individuals put into a set. Tego next. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know why it took me so long to get there. Anything that we're expecting out of this one, Gibson? It was, I believe, Alcacia, speaking of which, that won the Tego yesterday. Granted, that's only one match. I don't think we're gonna take that as a sign that they're clearly gonna win this again. But is there a team that comes to mind that you think is going to have perhaps a better performance going into Tego after those 2 Miramars?
I don't know what teams that are definitely going to, but I think there's a lot of teams that have to. Like Liquid have to start putting good performances in, because at the end of the day, yes, they're 4 of the best players in America, but you're representing one of the biggest orgs in the world, like not just in PUBG. And you gotta look at every tournament you're playing. When you're repping that badge, you gotta be up and competing to try to get the win. So they need to turn things around. I'm gonna stick to my guns that I'd like to see what it takes, turn things around a little bit. But I think all in all, like maybe Bestia, like they had a great day yesterday, but they've started really slow, like really, really slowly today.
They have, yeah. Now that you mentioned it, what they started today, and I think
55 points, right? Yeah, 55 points, and they were in, was it second or third? 5th, second even, was it?
No, I think they were 3rd place coming into today. They ended up in 4th after the first game, and now they're looking like 5th or 6th right now. So you're right. Bestia are sort of, I don't want to say, okay, they're still 5th. They're still 5th with 66 points, but there is a bit of a separation gathering. Granted, they also have a really big separation between them and Telio. So they are in a little bit of an island, which is always interesting to see. They're possible that they're going to be staying there in 5th place for a time to come. But yeah, Godspeed, they are having a really slow start. And it's not because I think they're approaching these games in a very, very similar fashion. It's just, is it because the fragging isn't there, or is this sort of edge control style that we've seen, at least in the previous Miramars, is that just not working out for them?
I think for Bestia, they've literally just been looking for frag opportunities, and they've been setting up on multiple teams. We saw it in the last game against why am I drawing a Typhon, right? When we saw Mime going up that hill and he got the shot, and then he had the support from Vinny to get the knock. Like they set up for on a lot of teams. They go for fights. They're very aggressive. even in a perspective switch, they're trying to use that to help, further grow that aggression that they already have in FPP. And I like that. I mean, you can see it by their kill points. They have 42 kills, only 24 placement points, but they're out there. They're getting involved. And I think if they can build on that and they find their niche, especially on every map, right? Which positions they like to play, their set play on rotations and stuff, I think Bestia is going to continue to do well. So yeah, placement points being a little lower, I understand why, but that's just because they're being hyper aggressive, and at the least, to compensate that, they're finding the kills.
That's true. That's true. The placement points are a bit skewed. We are seeing a kind of the haves and the have-nots. Even though Luminosity are obviously in the lead with 38, 30 of those 38 coming in from 3 rounds specifically. So there's a bit of an anomaly there, but I can see it with 30. Falcons, Typhon in the mid to upper 20s, Bestia just there. And then it was kind of a drop off, and everyone else is sort of like in the mid teens. So that, to me, that communicates that there is significantly less randomness in how these games are playing out, even with the weird defensive advantaged play of third person. Like, a lot of naysayers like, oh, it's all just randomness. It's all just luck on where the circle goes. Clearly, that's not the case. Clearly, Luminosity, Typhon, Falcons, Alcatia, they know what they're doing in order to get those placement points as high as they are, Gibson.
Yeah, look, people are saying that. Well, if that's the case, how come the best teams are still performing really well and getting tons of points if it's all about luck at the end of the day? Like, when you consider at the start of today and you look at like the top 6, 7, Cammy, I think most of those teams have gotten 15 to 20 points today. Like, we started with a bunch of teams in 50 points. Now, after 2 maps, all those teams are on 60 to 70 points. Like, those good teams are still picking up a ton of points. And it's just going to show that I feel that the gap is growing. And I don't want to say that those teams at the bottom are out of the race, but I feel like they're struggling to keep their head above water right now in this lobby because the big teams are moving quicker, they're adapting quicker, and it's things like that. Godspeed will tell you about it. Whenever there's a meta change, whenever there's any sort of a switch, it's always the best teams that are always the first to get on top of that.
Well, Godspeed, let me sort of throw this to you then. How early in a competition, as we go into Tego now, how early in a competition can you say the winner, the people at the top of the leaderboard have like a noticeable more sort of freedom and space to play with and go for arguably more risky maneuvers versus teams at the bottom that, maybe they need to try and be safer, or whether that's a subconscious thing?
It's just confidence. I mean, that literally just lends to confidence. If you are the best team in a lobby, you happen to be performing to the best of your ability, and you are on top. I mean, we've seen it multiple times with many teams, whether it's Falcons or Bestia or Liquid or LG or TSM, like whatever the case is. When you have a team like that is insanely confident in their movements and their gunfights, like, they're going to find that success. They're gonna get aggressive, and you're gonna see it. And then teams around them who have to fight them, who are maybe struggling for points, right, want to play a little safe. How many times have we seen a team have the lead, play safe, and lose it? It's because they start to lose, it starts to slip. You start to have other teams catch up. It's so much hard. Oh! As I'm making my point, I will say this, to wrap it all up, it is much easier to take the lead than it is to hold the lead.
That is very, very true. And I didn't expect a couple of hot drops on Tego. I thought we would potentially be done with that on Miramar. But it seems that the action is going to start off pretty quickly. So with that being said, I'm going to leave it to you two to take us through Tego. Bye-bye. Have fun.
And Jube just out of there, Godspeed. Jube was like, I've had enough. He's left the lobby after getting panzered at a yard and a half.
He's closed his game down. He's like, that's enough PUBG for me today.
We've been there. We've all been there. But Dartech, look, you're on the roof. You've no helmet. You've no vest. You've got Team Liquid hunting you down. Luke's going to get that kill. Yeah, this hot drop. You don't really want a hot drop, Team Liquid, do you?
No, well, especially not when they started off like that. And, Liquid, as you and Cammy have been stating, have not had the best day and a half. So they want to get these points, and maybe poking that bear probably isn't the play right now, because those boys, when they are annoyed at the day or the situation or how they're playing, they are not the ones you want to be trifling with, because I promise you they will come back stronger.
Yeah, look, Sparking's best player in South America, playing for Liquid, but I think that you know, the gap's tighter. It's tighter as than it used to be when you're talking about who the best player from South America is, which is a good thing, but for me, Sparking still holds that crown. What it takes on the wrong side of the leaderboard, they're fighting now in this hot drop as well with Team KZito, who have really struggled this weekend. One of the things that I praised them for last weekend was their ability to keep 4 players up and get into the placement points. Did I read it right that I've got like 1 or 2 placement points tonight so far? It has been the complete opposite this week.
Yeah, it has indeed. Look at QA. What do you? Let me. I'm sorry. I need to pivot this question to you because it was kind of asked on the desk.
Yeah.
QAD, right? This roster specifically. We talk about Roth and Relo, D and Cowboy, right? What do you think their ceiling is? It was a very open-ended. Yeah, it was a very open-ended question as we slow things down. But
yeah,
please.
I'm glad you asked me this because I've actually been on, because I've been covering scrims for a long time. One of the things that you get to see more than maybe some other things is mechanical ability of players, as Michael shows off his from range. But I've seen D / fadeaway / monster for the last 2 or 3 years inside of scrims, as I've seen Cowboy, and I've always thought to myself that these 2 kids are the next up. Like, these are the sort of players that could be pushing for places on the likes of Falcons. You know, if anybody decides to leave, they're the players that you'd be looking to pick up. When you add the experience that Roth has and the experience that Relo has and allow those 2 to be the guiding light for those players, especially when you consider, you know, the way that Roth and Relo think, because, you know, they're pretty calm, you know, experienced players. I think that those 2 are in the perfect place for their development. Like, I don't think there's any other IGL or duo outside of the top, you know, 2 or 3 teams in America as far as like star power is concerned.
That's a good point.
Where they could grow. They could grow any more than what they're going to do in Al-Qudsiya.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic answer. I feel very similar in the sense that Roth and Relo, you know, as we watch this fight between What It Takes and Team Quesito, in fact, let's just see what this wraparound does. But I was just gonna say, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to watch Relo grow up and see him like really become the leader of a team as he has. It's just been a pleasure to watch. And I think that Roth and Relo are in a very good position here. Is he gonna take the shot? I thought he was gonna shoot and he didn't shoot, and now I'm disappointed, but that's okay. But yeah, I think to wrap that up, I think QAD is in a very unique position to build that team into something very special.
And it's the right people. And I love the fact that Relo even hinted he was going to retire, and Roth was just like, no, you're not. Roth just said, it ain't happening.
Relo retired.
Oh, man. Like, tell me about it. Sneak attack. He's going to look to get a knock, though, as Robert does catch out Ketter and Sneak. You got to be careful. You're down to 14 HP, and all of a sudden, it's Lucid and Sneak as the last 2 players up. Team KZito are starting to bite back. The nade almost does enough splash damage on to Sneak with that airburst. But he's got to move on. Like, that flank from Ketter could have turned this fight really into the favor of What It Takes, but you got to give Team KZito credit. They've hung on in there. They've got the kill. They've got Sneak attack trapped into position. And Roger with that pan. Oh, never mind. Sneak. Has Sneak just... yeah, right. Sneak, you got to behave yourself, because that's just not right.
Oh, the double jump. Oh, clean. The parkour. He's just going to get a nice little pump. That's going to be easy. He'll clean it up, and it'll be at a loss of 2 teammates, but they do at least get the 3 kills, and I think there's still now Empire, who has decided, hey, what's going on over here, Gibson? Let's check it out.
Well, what's going on here is Empire actually flexing. This is what I asked at the start of the night. I wanted to see them playing to win and not playing to pick up points. So they're third partying. It's a 4v2. You know from the gunfight roughly where these last 2 players are, and now there's a real chance to add some more points to the tally. Now, this gunfight is for control of the very south side of the circle. Is Valiant baiting? Right, as a player, has Valiant just driven away to draw the attention of the rest of What It Takes so they can pick up these kills, and all of a sudden up on the hill, Luminosity, they're gonna pick up a kill, and let's see if the Bizzler on the drive-by can find one. He goes past the first, but Frost will find Gats, but there is the Bizzler getting that knock on the Frost. LG went out early in the last map, but they've got Sam Crismo down to 2, and they're looking to make up for that last map pretty damn quick here on Tego.
Yeah, and it's just more woes than for the team of Sam Crismo. They just cannot get their footing together, whether it's early game, late game. I mean, they have not, again, they've just struggled to even find any placement inside the top 8. So I just hope, I mean, after this game, if DNL can survive, maybe get a point here before he's on his way out, that they're able to just find the answer or just fix something, because something is just broken here. It's not working for them.
Yeah, it's not. DNL does get the knock on to Vox, but Krafton from El Proyecto from way downtown is going to find that flush, and now Luminosity, they're in a rush to get these 2 reses off. The terrain working in favor of El Proyecto as we hear the mortar strike coming in, but not quite sure where that landed. But Haven's just spraying, gets the shot to land on the Snakers, but he will fall back as well. What? I'm actually going to throw the question to you.
Oh, don't do it. I'm not ready. Okay, I'm ready.
LG, where's their ceiling? Because I think that their last day of PES really shows what they can be.
Yeah, I think for LG, it took them a bit to kind of adjust to that lobby, but once they did, they were able to really find their footing, as you said, towards the end of PAS, right? And so even coming into this event, knowing that it's going to be TPP, right? They specifically stated they wanted to practice for it. I mean, so far they're showing that their ceiling can also be incredibly high. That is a very, very good roster. When you just look at it, you have Gats, RGB, Snakers, Vox, right? A lot of experience both regionally and internationally. These guys have been grinding this game for years, and I feel like if that is the right, if the synergy is correct, right? Because that really would be the only thing that really hinders a team. If the synergy is correct, I would also put them in the vein of a team like QAD where their ceiling could be very high.
Great nade from Michael. Down go what it takes as the battle for song ends. And Empire will pick up 4 points now for them in the early stages. That'll get them a little bit closer to potentially dangerous as they look to climb that leaderboard. Remember, prize money up for grabs in this one, and I'm sure Empire, the org, would like to see those players climb that table, you know, because they're in chat. You know, we always like to see the orgs in chat supporting their teams. Donut Circle. And you know the way we talk about center compounds being oh so powerful? Look at Team Liquid and look at the split that Bestia have. Have Bestia bitten off a bit more than they can chew with a 2-2 in the center of the zone? Or do you think they'll be all right?
I mean, there's going to be a team that I would... Here's what's actually working for Bestia in this split. The fact that a lot of teams are actually gatekeeping the rotations that would come in helps them out. That being said, if one of those two... If one of those split gets crashed, they're probably going to get wiped. I would imagine they do, especially... And working in silence might just be that team. Or they might stop off and try to set up here, which it looks like they will do, because this is actually not a bad spot to play at all. I don't think they need to crash.
What's even better with this spot? You've essentially cut the two Bestia squads apart, right? If they decide to consolidate their 2-2 split later on, you got to run right through working in silence now, and that becomes a problem. Lobby leaders, Al Qudsia, Roth now inside of Bucket Sansa. You've got Relo way off towards the south, but they have El Proyecto not too far away, which is something you've got to think about. Falcons turning their attention to LG, who've got a bit of a 2-2 split of their own up here on the north. But look at how aggressive Falcons are getting. Kick, who has been on another level this last 12 months, he's taken space and he's daring LG to push this way.
Yeah, Kick has been an absolute demon. I mean, he's been a demon for a long time, but especially in this event, I mean, he is just relentless. He's been really utilizing TPP, and then, you know, just happens to have naturally one of the best mechanical sprays in the game. I mean, and he's just, he's kind of abusing a lot of players in this lobby. I'm not going to lie. It's been a pleasure to watch, but I'm sure it's been a nightmare to play against.
I've been kind of keeping track of his stats and everything as well since he joined the team. And obviously it was a baptism by fire whenever that change happened. Like, yeah, we're going back a long ways now, but the first event didn't quite go maybe as he would have wanted it to. But since the turn of last year, Kick and Shrimsy have become the most dynamic duo in all of American PUBG. And even with that, it's taken a lot of pressure off Tig. Like, Tig is still as good as he always has been, but he hasn't had that pressure on himself to have to be that guy on the team that has to pick up every single point. And as a whole, they're a much better side than they used to be. So Yeah, I'm all about Kick, and you got to give him credit too, because he dealt with a lot at the start of that switch as well.
Yeah, he did. I mean, and anytime you slot into a new team in general, right? Like there's going to be growing pains, but I feel like, again, with the system that Falcons have, I mean, it was just like a fish to water for him, right? And all that support, and you can tell that mentally, I mean, he has just been confidence high, and that's, again, why he's just such an animal, because he's always been mechanically gifted. I mean, Kick has always been one of the best players in our region. I don't think that's ever been an argument, so.
Yeah. How can you not be in the good place mentally when you have a coach like Gunnar, like Owen? Like, he will, he's the type of coach that knows when the team needs, a wrap around the ear, and he knows when the team needs some words of encouragement. And I think that he's the perfect person to continue to lead this team. But we'll get back into this game, because Luminosity making their way in, currently in second place on 73 points as they've wrangled that spot away from Falcons. And the zone shift happens, and it's Toyo that have called in that E-pickup. And now I pose the question again. That Bastia 2-2 split, they're in essentially one of the very few compounds inside the circle. I'm looking at all these teams coming in from Hosan. That could be very problematic for the southern half of this split. Like, we're getting into the squeaky bum time for these 4 players now.
Yeah, as Murillo's going to find the spray onto Toyo here. He isn't able to get... Well, actually, no, Gabriel will finish it off. Emis will go down. So that's one knock. Maybe they can slow this down and start to pick off more. It's going to be Benya so low, but the spray looked good. Didn't hit.
Oof. Hit him again. Gabriel hit him again there, but didn't get the knock. And it's Trisk from 55 who finds that knock onto Benya. So Toyo, problematic. The biggest symptom they've had for their lack of maybe game end success has been the numbers they lose early in the game. Working in silence inside a bush, can scout out where Vox is moving. LG looking for a temporary home, or at least somewhere to plant their flag for the time being. And we saw it yesterday in this map. Bushes on take on TPP. It's as if your color, players are colorblind or just don't see anyone inside them.
And some of these bushes aren't very large either, right? Some of them are kind of small, but I mean, when you're looking for so much and you're scanning, right, you can miss some things. It can definitely happen. Here is El Proyecto now starting to push up, at least a little more consolidated on their spread. They have a very wide spread, but Gizera's coming in, and they are set up in a way that they have a crossfire, right? They have the triangle, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so that will work if they need to trade back and forth, but we'll see what they do on this push when it comes to LG.
You know what it's like? You know when you go to the fridge to get something and you know that it's there, but you just can't see it, and then somebody else will walk over and be like, it's right there. I think that's what it's like for players in the bush when they're in the most obvious place. You don't even think about looking there, and then the likes of us who are viewing it, observing, it's like he's right there. It's the same thing when players are ADS'd. You're looking right down the center of your barrel. Somebody could move in your periphery and you just don't notice it because you're so focused on the center of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time, and especially in a game like this, especially now that we're switching perspectives. Look at this. Posta now abusing the hell out of that tree. This could be 2 big knocks. They could be free. He's got to go! Bizzler! You scoundrel!
Oh, I love it.
Stolen away the opportunity. No way.
Oh, I love it. He was there. Posta was giggling. He was having a laugh. He was like, oh, we see this, guys. These are 2 easy kills. And Bizzler smelled the rat. Down went Posta, and El Proyecto went from in a position where they're about to ruin LG's game to now being a man down. Zone shift goes in favor of Team Liquid, who now hold the compound in the high ground. Vinny is going back towards Vine because Silson got knocked on the edge of the zone. Kraken rotating past Empire, who are up to 4 kills. Will Kraken be the next ball? Michael spots Kraken on the drive-by. Doesn't quite land the first few shots. Maybe he'll switch over to the Mini 14 and find a bit more success, but no. They live to fight another day, and I think that's a bit of an opportunity missed for Michael, and he'll be disappointed in himself with that. But for El Proyecto, how do you get away with that one? Shrimsy will find a knock onto Nanu, though, here as inside the fields we're seeing Falcons fighting, and AKA looking to take them down.
Oh, he went prone at the perfect time. He's going to get the finish on both of those. AKA is going to be eliminated. That was, again, another hero play there from Shrimsy coming out. And one thing that I do want to point out, though, when we were... Oh, what a spray. Santastico is going to find Snakers. One thing I wanted to point out is that Empire, although they are on the edge, they had 4 kills and they had 4 lives. So this is an opportunity for them, as long as they can push into 55, get some more points, maybe have a really solid finish here, which that team definitely deserves to have. Yeah, it's going to be working in silence that just kind of picks apart LG, though, while making that point.
Yeah, and Al-Qudsiyah are currently sat in top spot, rolling up on this fight. BL is down just over the ridge line, but Santa's pushing up for the res. But this is an opportunity for Al-Qudsiyah to push the issue a little bit more. Nade at the ready for Santastico. Pulls the pin, throws it up over the ridge line, but the first nade goes a little too deep as BL will take a really good timer on the other side. Smoke wall thrown in. This is what you need. In a situation, in a game like TPP mode, where you can't push as aggressively, you need to use the smoke as best you can. And I love the way that Al-Qudsiyah took the doubt out of it. And now Santastico, he's got to flee south, find somewhere warmer, somewhere safer, or at least wrap around to join the rest of your team.
Yeah, and speaking of wrapping here, Empire is just going to go full send. I thought I saw a Panzer maybe in one of their hands, maybe not, but it's going to be a knock onto, looks like Baki and Trisk. Now Mixtall has to be the last one to hold the line. He's going to find a knock against Finna, but just a tree now in place, so he's going to, yeah, secure that kill. But this is not where he wants to be, especially with now phase 4 about to close.
Yeah, look at that damage that you're taking inside the zone. 3 per tick, about to become 4. You can see Michael and you can see Adam just in the distance, but you got to pick your time perfectly in a situation like this. But Valiant, he'll go out inside the blue and down he falls. 55, the next team to drop. Rello turning his attention back to Santastico, who has a present for Roth, but it might not be the one that he would have wanted. D throws that nade over the top of the UAZ as Al-Qudsiyah push aggressively up, and what a nade that was by D, as he will get 1 knock on the board. It's all down to Souls, who might feel that he's been a bit sold by the rest of his team as he's the only player left alive, but for Al-Qudsiyah, they're not in the best situation this fight here either, Godspeed.
No, I wouldn't say it's the best situation at all, as things are looking rather dire from both sides. It's going to be Huynh, though, to come up and clean up Al-Qudsiyah. It's going to be, yeah, kick and take. Just, again, Huynh was throwing the utility, and then he had his shooters behind just going crazy, and they do want to get rid of working in silence here. Again, that's just going to clean up this edge, and they can start working on what Bestie is working with, which is that small compound down to the south.
Yeah, I'm so glad I didn't say what I was about to say a second ago. Actually, no, I'll say it now because it's going to work out. I was about to say, look at Typhon, all 4 players still alive, and they did win that fight with potentially dangerous on the edge. Double blue zone stack now, so there's only a tiny corridor that last player for working in silence could be standing in. But H1's looking a bit further inside the circle. Falcons not quite liking what they're seeing. They'll move into the blue, secure those vehicles, and get on the move. But the question is, where do Falcons go? I think they'll rotate back up north towards Tig and work their way in from there. But this is a game right here, Godspeed, that Liquid need to be taking advantage of. This is where they can start their climb. 15 points, what, in one game yesterday was the chunk of their points all weekend so far. They need to do something similar here, a game with a position like this.
Yeah, and exactly that. With a position like this is going to be prime for them to do that. You can see the split. They have 2 there on the hill and then 2 in the back compound just to watch. Make sure that there is an anchor point and there's no funny business or flanks going around so that those 2 players on the front hill can play pretty much free without any worry. Meanwhile, Empire still 8 kills, 3 members alive. This is a much better game from them, and this is exactly what we expect from this team. This is a very good team. So it's good to see that they're starting to perform here. Again, this has been one of the best positions they've been as far as kill count and placement with members alive. And now it's going to be DraftKings to come try to rescue Mime.
Yeah, I think you've got time to do so. You're in the center of the zone. They find themselves near a drop once more, which is where I think they lost 2 players earlier on, trying to get a little bit selfish and get themselves that loot. But I feel as long as they've got smokes, they might just be okay in this position. But this is now a game about just surviving and picking up as many placements as they can. Typhon, though, all 4 up, 4 kills for them. They're in 3rd place, right? 77 points. Let's not rule out Typhon being on top of this lobby at the end of this game. if they play this next few minutes perfectly. And that zone shift couldn't have gone any worse for them. Team Liquid really reaping the rewards now of grabbing that compound early.
Yep, and that's, again, as you said, going to be really tough for Typhon as they have to come into a duo of Toyo, but more importantly, it's still going to be Empire that is going to make an impact in that fight, I think, because if they get a knock on a Toyo, that's probably the position they're going to go for, which means that they will then contest Typhon. Meanwhile, you see Falcons on the east side. They're actually starting to wrap. They hear the shots coming out from Empire. They see the smokes now, and if Empire doesn't get out of here soon, which with what? Look at that vehicle. It doesn't even have back tires. There's no way, Gibson. Yeah, Empire is in a world of trouble right now.
But the real question is, do they have meds? That's where maybe you're hoping for it. There's a rock just ahead of them as Michael will pull up, but the smoke will dissipate, and he's not going to be able to stop to pick up his teammates. He's just sending it for that rock. Valiant, the target for Shrimsy, who uses the gap between the two vehicles at Carrefour he's made to attempt to do some real damage, and Mime knows exactly where Michael is. So will Mime get aggressive? Blue zone nade forces Michael a bit back, but turn their attention over to the Toyo. They've pushed up on the Typhon. Tony is down, Kwan is down, Kerak is up alongside one more, but Capitan, the last player standing, the Argentinian, all by his lonesome. The molly just blew up the shield, but he puts down another one, and down a fall, and Typhon as Pipa and Capitan do the damage, but dead man's hand. Kerak will take Capitan with him.
And again, now it comes down to this. This is probably the most important fight for Liquid so far. The event 6 kills for Falcons, but this is going to be essentially a straight up 4-on-4 as soon as Empire is dispatched of, but Empire is still causing issues.
Yeah, they will. You know, Adam's going to have a great angle onto this fight as well. Falcons are down too. Sparking spots out H1, throws the nade over towards that corner, but the stun won't quite land onto H1, but Kurt's MP5 shots will. Another spray onto H1. Kill confirmed for Team Liquid. 4 now for them, and they're about to try and make it 6 as it's Adam way down to the south who's putting pressure on the Shrimsy, and Shrimsy will fall as Adam gets the kill. It's a 4 versus 1. Empire Gaming in second place, but Adam at some point will step out from behind this tree, and Team Liquid will finally get their Masters weekend up and running. It's a winner-winner chicken dinner. Yes, it's only 16 points, but it puts them back into the top 8.
And more importantly, Empire as well. 2 teams that we've been talking about ad nauseum and how good they are and how good their roster is and they should be performing. There it is. Empire and Liquid both had nice games for themselves, getting first and second, getting kills, managing to make it to the end game as well while swathing other teams. That's exactly what we wanted to see from both. So again, congratulations to Team Liquid, but more importantly as well, congratulations to Empire.
Isn't it great though, just seeing the prancing horse on a winner sign in PUBG? It's just so good.
It is nice to have Liquid back, yes. It is very nice.
Are you trying to get like an internship at Team Liquid, Gibson?
Not
Yes.
an internship, full job, paid, you know, pension, benefits, the whole lot.
But no, it was a really, really good game. It's like the rise of the underdogs in this round. Because yeah, sure, Falcons got 3rd place, but Empire and Liquid both showing up in this game, kind of doing what we've been asking them to do this whole time. 17 total points for Empire, despite getting 2nd place with their kill counts. And Adam getting that kill on, I forget who it was, but the final member of Falcons. Like, Adam was out in the open. He should not have gotten that, but hey, that was a 2-point value kill there, able to take Liquid. But Liquid with the chicken dinner coming in from the compound. They didn't have to do a lot in the early or even the mid game, but the way they executed on that hill to eliminate the Falcons Godspeed was really, really good job at like the perfect timing.
Yeah, it was very well timed indeed. And I mean, for Liquid as well, when we talk about positioning there, just holding that anchor, they didn't get ahead of themselves, right? They did get there early, and more importantly, they didn't have to deal with all the nonsense that, for instance, like Empire did, right? All the way on the southeast, they had multiple teams they had to go through. At one point, we saw a vehicle that they tried to get it in move. It ended up having like only 1 tire, so it was just like a whole situation for them. But yeah, Liquid needed that win. They needed to make sure they got some points, and Empire did as well, and so both teams did.
Yeah, and then so Gibson, at this point, we have to hope that certainly for Empire, but Liquid as well are able to take this and really run with it and try and push themselves even higher up, because yeah, Liquid, they're on the left side now. They're only 1 point behind El Proyecto, but Empire have, you know, they made some good gains, but they're going to want to do that even more going forward into Rondo. Is there a reason why we want to be concerned? Is there anything about this previous game that we're kind of glossing over that allowed these two teams to have success? Or is it the case of like, now they've arrived, now they can continue to play in the way that we expect them to?
I think Liquid just made a good early game decision in playing the compound, and they got rewarded for it. And Empire upped the aggression. You know, they third-partied the fight at the very start with what it takes. It set the tone for their whole game, that they were going to play tighter together. They played as a 4, and they read the kill feed. If they saw a gunfight happening nearby and they saw teams play casualties, they just went for it, and they found so many more kill points. Like, a 17-point game for them is such a good jump when you consider what they had before that match.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good number of points no matter where you are on the leaderboard, but especially considering where they were before this position. Yeah, absolutely agree. At this point, Falcons, though, they have overtaken Alcatia in first place. Can they hold on to it? That's going to be the question, not just the rest of the day, but also going into this entire weekend. We are halfway through the day. We still have Rondo and 2 more Erangels coming up to see if Falcons can or cannot hold on for those 3 matches. But before we get there, we are going to go to a break. So hope to see you in a bit. Don't go anywhere. We have some amazing PUBG action coming up in just a few short minutes.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the second half of not just the night, but also this entire tournament here at PUBG Players Masters Americas. If you're just tuning in, my name is Cameron Davis, and I'm joined by Gibson and Godspeed, and we are about to head over to Rondo. But first, let us remind ourselves what we're looking at with the overall leaderboard. It is still Falcons back to first place. But the real question is, like, there's been a lot of shuffling around, at least today, Gibson. Like, what? It was Luminosity for a second there. It was Alcacia for a little bit. And it was Falcons back and forth. So this event is nowhere near situated so far.
No, we've essentially just crossed the halfway point of the whole event, and we've got 5 teams within 13 points of top spot. That's one game, and any one of these teams can go from where they are to top. You know, Toyo are in the mix as well. It's actually way more competitive when you even look down the leaderboard, because of the fact that it's not one team at the top dominating. It's 5, 6, 7 all getting in and around the same amount of points, which means that nobody's really separating from the pack all that much, which means it's still in play for nearly everyone.
Right. And heading into Rondo, Godspeed, do you think that that's going to help favor one specific team, whether a team that's in the lead or not? Or is it just whoever gets the test track first?
I was about to say, you're asking the wrong questions. I think all that really matters when we talk about Rondo is, will it be test track? But you saved yourself. You mentioned it in the end.
I'm going to keep a straight face. I'm sorry.
There's actually so many cool areas that we've seen, like not as much as test track, right? But Rondo actually has a lot of really great terrain for just gunfighting and foot pushing, right? We just happen to always go around test track, but even then around test track there are some nice areas. As far as this map, again, I know we have this conversation like, oh, do you think this map will be the difference maker? Again, I think every map is more or less just a mental reset for a lot of these teams, especially some of the ones that might be struggling.
Well, speaking of mental reset, I'm spotting some other potential hot drops. Luminosity and Empire towards Bailey. Looked like they were going to contest, but I think Luminosity pulled away. But then there is something happening around Stadium, just to the east of it. AKA and Sam Crismo fighting for vehicles. Unfortunately, Sam Crow had to sort of give that one up, but at least able to get some loot. But Liquid dropping at Stadium, even extending some players out. They're getting into the mix here. So once again, guys, things are starting really fast.
Yeah, it's just the flight path, teams dropping in similar spots. Well, we've kind of avoided test tracks in it, but could we be about to see a circle go somewhere we've not seen before?
I mean, look, we don't really know. So the thing is, as we watch these sort of trades, oh my God, Sporking! Oh, never mind. I can't talk about anything else. We have to talk about the player on the screen, guys. What in the world was that?
Well, something that you guys don't know about Sparking is that not only is he, his birth name was Himothy, but he also happens to be Himalayan, if you know what I'm saying. So it's not surprising at all that he would land those shots.
I do want to get in real quick, though.
I should step out.
No, you're staying here. I'm the one that's about to leave, but I do want to say real quick before I go, because there might be some new viewers around. The reason why we talk about test track being the main, you know what? The fighting's not going to stop. You guys take it away. We can talk about it later.
Yeah, wacky
take it away, Gibson.
Yeah, wacky race is going on as Luke 12 tries to hound down what's left of AK. Don't go any further. LG are around the corner. Oh no, look. Oh, look that. Gats.
I see. He says,
they were friendly bullets. They were just like, hello, you know, passiveness. He was playing a bit of passive PUBG. I can't. No, you gotta hit those.
Yeah, I mean, again, it happens to everyone. Not a big deal, but yeah, that was a kill that potentially could have gone the way of Gats, but he has 2 other opportunities right in front of him, it looks like.
Yeah, but the thing is, Bizzler's got himself some action ahead as well. You know, he's got no helmet. They've got not as much loot as they'd like because they were in the middle of looting this compound when the action started coming this way. And I think you see that with Dartek, right? He's got nothing to get his HP up, nor does Jube. So these players are essentially trapped in a bad spot now. They've checked the buildings. There was nothing there to be had. They're going to get back in their Dacia. And with that, they'll just try to get out of dodge. But that could have been way, way worse for the members of AKA. I think we'll just wait for a second. You go ahead. You do your thing. Godspeed's just typing to me, folks. Godspeed, you do your thing. As he's got to save 5 children from a well and give his Lamborghini over to a friend in need. So yeah, he'll just be back in a few moments' time. But getting kind of back to it, Sparking, we spoke about, you know, yeah, there was the him jokes. This kid is insane. And, you know, I think they want to win this. Yeah, they're not inside the top spots just yet, but the guy needs a jet ski, right? He needs a jet ski, Godspeed.
He needs a jet ski. And thank you for letting me take care of the very important thing I had to take care of. Saving those children, of course, is top work, as AKA is going to be looking to rotate in finally now that I can see everything clearly. At least as a duo so far, Gibby. I just called you Gibby? What the hell?
It's not the first time I've been called that, and I've been called way worse, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. I think Toffees calls me Gibby every once in a while.
It's a solid name. I mean, I like it. It's a good nickname here as we see Nanu just taking his sweet time.
Wasn't Gibby like a character in some like Disney show back in the day?
Yes, I believe he was.
Yeah.
Oh wait, wasn't Gibby? I know the show. I'm afraid to say it because I don't want to be made fun of, but wasn't it? I believe it was iCarly, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know the show because I think
which is not Disney, but yeah, I don't know why I know that. Don't ask me why I know that.
Because you're a fan, right? It's okay. It's okay to be a fan sometimes, Godspeed. If it was indeed iCarly. Finn is not going to be a fan of Dartek after this one, as AKA step out from the shadows. And if you're Finna, you're actually fuming. Like, you've got steam coming out of your head right now. Like, what the hell has happened? I'm in Bailing. Why am I getting, or Bailey, why am I getting ratted out in Bailey on the north section of the map by a player in a bush with an MP5? Like, these are just the little things in PUBG that you can't account for. And you know the way we talk about the butterfly effect? If Sparking didn't get that knock with the SKS all that time ago, that doesn't happen. And now Alo finding himself in a tough spot. There's one, another player swings around, Alo gets it. Yeah, why not? Why not? Alo just makes it look simple. Kurt will do 4 damage onto his own teammate. But potentially Dangerous have just been taught a lesson.
Yeah, Alo with a disgusting double there, and potentially Dangerous now is gonna lick their wounds and as a solo just get the hell out of there. So that is definitely, again, a good start. So awkward, right? It's so awkward because you still have that half and half, and even though we haven't gone to the north side of Rondo very much, it looks like there's a lot of dips and crags and things for people to play in, but it's actually fairly open up to the north. There really isn't much to play in as far as cover is concerned.
There's a lot of like dips and cribs, and even that river that runs through the north. Like, if this goes north, I don't think I've ever casted a circle that's gone any further than Stadium. Like, it always seems to be either Stadium or Test Track or the very rare map that's a lot further south, as Dartek's letting his teammate know that there is a level 2 helmet. But is he about to get a taste of his own medicine on the other side of the wall? Is Valiant 2's, yes, using the benefits of TPP to go prone? Have a look over that wall. But could we dare say that if Dartek does get caught by Valiant, that maybe it's karma?
Maybe. You could say that. I think you could make that argument. There's a case. As we now see AKA just trying to make their moves, right? They do have Jube up there on the north side. But it's just, this is such an awkward spot for Val to be in. Look, he's basically completely hidden. Wait, did he see him? Oh, Valiant. Oh, man. Like I said, like, who is to expect that someone is prone, essentially out in the open? And that's just going to be, that's a tilter.
And who's to expect that Dartek's going to be in a bush holding Bailey as well? Like, it's all swings. It's all swings and roundabouts. This Jube now will throw that nade directly into where Valiant was, but Valiant using the opportunity to flee behind the wall. 36 damage dealt as the bamboo will fall, but Valiant will move back as he waits for Michael to push on the other side. This could be very dangerous for Jube indeed. But AKA, even if they go out now, 2 points, when you consider what this game started like, it could have been way, way worse, Godspeed.
No, it could have been a disaster. I mean, it still is trending that way, but much better. Absolutely much better is Jube, who did land 2 nice pieces of utility to push back Valiant, now has to just sit in the blue. And again, like how... if you're Jube, this is 100% worth it, right? You're the solo player. You know there's at least one more player. You get that point before you potentially go out, knowing there's 2 members left of Empire, but that grenade is going to be very healthy and almost right on top of Jube, so he's going to heal, and it's really up to Michael here to probably get the frag, because Valiant at this point is more or less a distraction as he's pushing Jube from side to side.
And Michael's up on top of the roof of Jube. Oh, that's another grenade. Jube's done. Valiant gets the kill, aka they go down in 16th. And there's a point. But speaking about the player counts and players drop, look, we're down 9 players and 1 squad after 9 minutes and 40 seconds. And that number might be about to shift even lower. Bestia getting fronted up by Toyo up on top of this hill on the little peninsula by the river. I suppose you can't really call it a peninsula because it's not a sea. It is a river. 55 though, pushing up to the last player of PD, and potentially dangerous are down and out as well. Suppose you'd call it what would you call it? It's like the meander of a river where we have Bestia and Toyo playing that position. Team KZito with
like
center
a bend?
circle.
Like a river bend? Just around the river bend. You know what I'm saying? You know the song. You know the animation.
I would ask you to sing more, but then we get DMCA and we'd lose our jobs.
You can't do that. No, definitely
But it
can't
was
do
beautiful.
that. Thank you. It was not my best effort. Let's just say that. We also see Toyo with a good setup though. You have it on top of that river bend area. They're going to be able to. Actually, I'm curious how much they're actually going to be able to get off of that, because it looks like Bestia is able to rotate underneath him almost for free. Gibson.
Yeah, and Peepa's following them up. Team KZito have got to be careful up on the middle of the circle. Yes, we spoke about the fact that Laucha isn't playing a lot yesterday. He was a star for them previous round, but I feel like they, just for their own confidence, need to get something going. Like Bestia have pushed up. A little bit of damage now has been dealt to their teammate. Team Liquid are expanding up onto the banks of this river now too, as bloodshed might be about to be spilt. Liquid's look is spotted. Mime and Vinny moving around, using the terrain to their advantage to scout this one out, but keep an eye on the other 2 members. DraftKing making a ton of noise, the star of PAS, but Mime will get felled by Alo as the wrap is there. Mime and Vinny are going to get knocked. Now DraftKing is moving this way. Godspeed. This kid can win 1vx's for fun, but when you got multiple teams there, it's looking like it's a real losing battle. He's going to get knocked by Emmy from Toyo, and Stilson's coming under fire as well. This has gone really bad, really fast for Bestia.
Yeah, and you can see it's what it takes. What it takes is actually the ones doing so much damage, the ones that knock DraftKing, now trying to steal that one away as well. Pretty Curdy will shoot what it takes to kind of help Bestia as much as they can. It looks like Stilson's just going to have to get out of here. He has to get out of here alone. There's no way he's going to be able to save his teammates. At this point, he's also getting shot in the back, as you stated, by Emmy from Toyo.
Yeah, now Stilson's abandoned DraftKing to his own as he moves back towards Team KZito as Toyo will spread back. Still waiting on the next shift. There's still got about 50-50 between the 2 circles, but Stilson is going to move into the shack. KZito, Noah, MK in the hands of Project, but you've got to worry about Kurt and Luke. They're a little for... Okay, did this with Kami yesterday. Rate his fort. How would you rate Stilson's fort inside the tower?
I'd give it a solid 7. I think that's fair. What would you give it?
I think you're right. You know, I'd like to see more pizzazz, more flash, but it's functional. It does the job. He's down below. He's got a shield.
Functional. It's form over function, you know? Form over function.
Look, sometimes you just need that. You know, it's like going to a chain restaurant for a burger. You're going to get food. You know, it might not be the best food, but it does the job. Robert looking to do a job onto Al-Qudsiyah, and maybe that job might be hide and seek, but Cowboy will flex his muscles as he wrangles up Varas. Robert steps up above, but he's got to get absolutely mixed up when so many players peeking at once. Target prioritization becomes a problem. He had a plethora of choices and couldn't choose between any of them, and Team KZito are down to just Roger and Project left alive as that zone shifted crazy towards the west.
Yeah, it
and
did.
Look at all these teams pushing this way now.
I don't think I've seen a circle ever end here, so I'm very excited to see finally what one looks like in comp, as we now see, again, Team Quesito trying to survive this pinch between just the two worst opponents, and that would be TL and AQ to be pinched against. Is QAD continuing to just find success? Again, 2 kills, keeping 4 members alive, rotating in, and they still really only have to just get underneath TQ, get rid of them, and figure out where they're going to play. The problem for them is going to come into account when Toyo starts to make their move in, though, Gibson.
Yeah, 2 teams as well. As you said that you don't want to get pinched between them. It's 2 teams with, you know, something to prove in their own minds after what happened in PAS, as I think Team KZito are doing the right thing. Get down, find lower ground, get yourself out of the angles of Al Qudsiya. Elsewhere around the circle, we're seeing Empire move in the northwest. We're seeing What It Takes still hold the center. Yes, you can see all this on the map stream, exclamation mark map in chat, if you want to get an idea of what all these teams are doing. Because look, even as a caster, I'm not going to lie, watching the map stream gives you so much more information on how these teams play, the rotations teams make. But we'll pick up on that point later, because we got a crash here, Godspeed.
We do have a crash indeed. It's going to be Sam Crow just not getting any answers, though. No damage even went out. That's unfortunate. As Sam Crismo is in one of the best positions in the circle as far as cover is concerned, but they're going to have to contest with Falcons. More importantly, they need to make something happen here. They need to get a knock. There it is. Finally, Frost will find the first, but he's traded immediately by Tig.
Yeah, Tig says thank you so much to Sam Crow. We're going to demobilize that Dacia. But Tiggleton, Shrimsy, and H1 are still in this fight. Sam Crow's holding the cutoff between Tiggleton, and Liquid will pull up into the bowl across the road and just bide their time and wait. But while they're waiting, here come Working in Silence. The second party is going to become a third party, which will become a fourth as well once Team Liquid wait for the dust to settle on the other side of this one. Frost is just crawling to Shrimsy, by the way. I think he's A, trying to spot out where Shrimsy is, and B, he realizes he's not going to get res. Time is against him, so feed that information to your team. But I feel bad now for Sam Crow, because you're getting pushed on both sides, and all of a sudden, Working in Silence really being the benefactors, potential benefactors of the time this fight between them and Falcons is taking.
Yeah, and this is taking a long time. Again, the only saving grace is just how well positioned they are currently in the circle. But What It Takes also, as I look at their position currently overwatching pretty much the entirety of the circle, I don't know how many kills they're actually going to get. I don't know how much they can pull for themselves there, because a lot of the fighting is happening on the edge. I mean, fortunately with this shift, you are going to have some teams that have to rotate into them, but so far I don't think they've been able to get too active, aside from some of the knocks we saw into the team of Bestie earlier.
Yeah, so the bamboo compound is still being used by both of these teams, or I suppose all 3 of these teams, as we've got ourselves a bit of a standoff. Liquid in a position need to make a decision soon, but let's turn our attention to Typhon and Empire. Valiant finds the knock on to Kerak, and Adam will find one to Kerak, and that one is confirmed as Empire starting to climb that leaderboard. 3 more kills on the board for them. We're still not inside the placement points, as we've still got plenty of teams left alive. But this is a real standoff we have, because Working in Silence can't push over to DNL Chap because Falcons have the angle. They can't cross the building to the other side because Falcons have the angle. So neither of these teams can really make the next move unless another team crashes, or it gets to the situation where part of the compound has been removed from the circle. It's actually it's not necessarily an agreement they want, but it's an agreement that these teams are being forced into.
Yep, it's a very tentative agreement, and speaking of tentative, it looks like 55 just throws caution to the wind. They're just going to straight up crash Luminosity. And this is still happening on the edge of the circle. Mixed Tall, though, is going to find one that's going to be Blizzard to go down. Vox, meanwhile, will find Triss, so the trade is there. What a spray. Oh, he almost got the double, though. It's Baki to get Vox, and now it's just down to Snakers and Gats. It's a 2-on-1, and just like that, LG is gonna wipe 55. It was a valiant attempt, though. I do like that 55 at least tried to get proactive there, and maybe it was a little late with the circle shifting, but they tried to do it early enough so that after that fight they could clean up and move in the circle. So I commend the play. It just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, look, it was a good try, but it's just luminosity that you pushed up into, and this compound is no longer in the circle as well. So let's look at that eastern front again, because things are not so quiet anymore. Tony and Kwan are making their way over across the water. Typhon, who find themselves in the lofty heights of third place, just 6 points off of top spot. And look at Sneak Attack. He's scouting the coastline, right? He knows that there's a real likelihood the players from the north might attempt to cross at this section of the map, so he's essentially trying to be border patrol. But that bank is so steep that it's just really hard to spot Michael.
Yeah, and also that ridge, and sure enough, he's going to strike. And as you stated, it is very difficult to see players, even with TPP. There's some little nooks and crannies that you just cannot see unless you are actually actively going down to clear them. So I thought that was going to be way more damage than, than Sneak actually took, but he's going to be safe on the edge. And for the time being, there is a foothold to fight. So very nice.
Look at this circle, by the way. Like, what is this? You've got a beach to the north with really high mountainous terrain above it. You've that compound that Falcons and Working in Silence are sharing with Sam Crismo. This is I don't know how these teams are going to play this, because essentially you've got the two high points where you've got Toyo, Al-Qudsiya, and Team K0, and then on the other side, what you see on your screen right now is the What It Takes and the Empire battle that's going on. Michael's holding this position. LG will send it up onto the hill as Kurt decides the shack is looking pretty cozy for now, but he's got to be careful that LG don't decide to push this position, and they might just do it. I think the warning shots from Team Liquid, and they're sending it. Are they?
Yeah.
No, they've not gone. Have they gone for the shack? I think they've gone a bit further off. Yeah, they've lost one. Now Gats will move on. He's going to try to play center of the circle and hope that dip that he's playing in is going to be protected by the fact that the teams on the high ground will focus on each other rather than look below.
And right now, Gats is just a very lonely boy as that vehicle's about to explode. Yeah, he's got to crawl away from it a little bit as El Proyecto now have decided that they're going to come into this just above the shack that Liquid is playing. And so QAD having a field day. Look at the tracers coming out for that team, but Toyo is going to be a threat soon.
Yeah, Cowboy, we spoke about how he is one of the next players up inside of the Americas as Al-Qudsiya look to hold this edge of the circle, but they're surrounded on two sides, so they got to be so careful as the battle for the compound in the south has finally kicked off as all these teams start going head-to-head. Falcons now wrapping on the edge of the compound, moving towards Working in Silence. Players DBNO, but now H1 might be able to get the re-knock. A good nade through that window could be all it takes to find the knock, and it is perfect. Ruben will fall, and the second nade is there. Working in Silence are eliminated, and that frees up a little bit of space, but Sam Crismo are still there. El Proyecto in the battle of the East are getting pushed by Al-Qudsiya, who need to worry about Toyo on the other side. Godspeed, it's essentially two members of Al-Qudsiya against El Proyecto and two members against Toyo at the top, and it's really working against them as Capitan gets that knock, and it's all down to D and Roth now, and Roth just full sent it into the smoke.
Yes, he did. And Toyo now, again, as you stated, finding their moment to strike as they are slowly starting to constrict their control. And oh, look at that. Roth and Kraken just point blank shooting, and it's going to be QAD and El Proyecto going out. Toyo will be the only sole survivors on that east side.
Something had to give, and it's the team. It's always the team that's furthest north that nearly seems to win those battles. When you're sandwiched in the middle, your time is up. Now Shrimsy, S12K at the ready. Stun grenade, I think smoke grenade's going to get thrown in, and they have got their sights set on Sam Crismo. Tig is holding the main door. He's feeding all this information. I feel like just Falcon's on the right thing. Pick up a shotgun, deal with a shield, and just unleash holy hellfire inside this compound, because the blue zone is going to start closing pretty damn quick as well.
Just might, as you can see now, Empire, just a little replay there. It's going to be Lucid that was the one to take him out, but Falcons still have been sitting in this compound for so long. Finally, they find Shap, and oh, Shrimsy! That was filthy. He's going to get the double there, and Sam Crismo will finally be out of there and out of the hair of the Falcons.
And now a similar fight might be about to kick off again up on the other side as Toyo spread over this direction. Typhon in the middle of the sandwich with the 2 slices of bread being Toyo and what it takes. First Throngs of War fired as this damage is dealt onto Quan, and Keter can use the ridgeline to peek down into this dip as well. But the blue zone, they're on the fast side, and you can see it closing pretty quickly. Nade in the hands of Tony. He's had big moments already. Godspeed. Is he going to follow up with another? The nade does 32 damage. It was so close to getting the knock on the Lucid.
I don't know, but Tony needs to come up huge here, whether he can land these nades or not. The smokes are now starting to bloom, and you can see that what it takes is going to be using that to their advantage. As they're still stuck on the edge, though, Kawanzi needs to make sure that he has to find a knock here, right? Toyo is starting to close this door for them to actually be able to make a play. And speaking of making a play, it's going to be the Falcons that get beautifully onto the southern ridge. This is such a good position for them. They can flex literally any direction and start to take control of this game. So that is a very fortunate opening there for Falcons to find.
Shroomsy has dropped the S12K as Emmy will drop Quan down, but he'll fall to that blue zone nade as he starts to crawl back. Toyo spread a little bit thin now with his 2-2 split, but if Capitan can deal with Tony, he'll be able to get that res off. Lickety split, and he's going to try to do it, but that blue zone is now a problem. Tony falls as Pipa gets the kill from the other side. Now Capitan has got to pick up his teammate, carry him a little bit closer to the circle, and go for the res. Liquid, on the other hand here, that's not a very enviable rotation they have at all here. Is it Godspeed? It's a lot of open terrain, and they're going to take that Blanco into the blue. Oh, Lucid up on the hill. Yeah, this is looking like maybe curtains for Liquid.
Curtains indeed. Will it be curtains for Kurt? What is wrong with me today? I don't understand.
I love it.
Kurt now is going to take a few shots and have to think the better of. Oh no, the molly exploded and shot. Lucid is going to burn.
Oh, that's not
As
good.
Again, Toyo coming alive, Gibson.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not good at all. Capitan should be able to deal with this one once he peeks up over. Ketter's going to go for the res though. So maybe the chance, and Capitan doesn't have the utility.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have any utility at all. Also only has 3 first aids and 1 boost to his name. So at the very least, no boost, but first aids to somewhat stay healthy if the fight does call for it, especially because this is about to get quite messy in the circle. You can see the position there of Falcons. And they are looking to push and pressure Benya.
Yeah, Benya's not someone you want to push either. Capitan gets the nade from the teammate, and that nade will land right on top of Keter, leaving it all down to Lucid, and Capitan gets the double. The Argentinian doing the work himself. So then there were 4. It's a 3v3v 1v1. Liquid and Luminosity still in the game, but the problem is now for Gats, Falcons are likely sending it this way. The crate's going to be in the position, but Gats will stay quiet. Gats has got 2 nades. Gats can do yeah, this is the right thing to do. Go prone, get that nade right on top of that Evo, and let's see if we can do it. No! Third person perspective nade. Third person perspective nade. And what could have been the perfect ambush just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that is just a super unfortunate. Oh, and the nade bounced off his arm, just right off his shoulder. But the underhand was not aware, and so that could have been 2 kills there. But Falcons, by the grace of underhand, will survive. Now be able to put the screws on this game possibly. As Kurt's going to take some shots and actually stop right in the lead smoke. Very smart.
Yeah, actually baits out almost a full mag from Tiggleton there as well, and maybe
never mind.
Yeah. No.
Too much credit to Kurt.
No, we'll give him the credit. Nobody will notice.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. Like Tiggleton didn't know.
He'll message me later. It's okay.
Yeah. Young prime Kurt, by the way. I need to keep reminding everybody that he's in his prime, because he was upset with me. He was upset with me for calling him old man Kurt. But I meant it as a compliment.
Oh, he didn't even get the pick. That's ridiculous. And again, Toyo is just cleaning up the Falcons here. Angle after angle. 6 kills on to Shrimsy. It doesn't seem to matter as Capitan's gonna find another one. Talking about it, 10 kills for Toyo as they go to clean up the last member here. It's gonna be easy. And Toyo all of a sudden will shoot all the way up to 3rd place. What a win. 11 kills But look at the damage coming out from Liquid. 14, almost 1,500 damage, and a good game from them as well. Falcons as well, not listed here, were able to weather the storm there. And finally make it out to the end game. So that was, I mean, that was a really fun end game because again, we really don't spend that much time up north, Gibson.
Don't spend time anywhere on this map outside of New York. So I'm really happy to see it. And I think the Toyo played a blinder there because they played the riverbank. They won fight after fight after fight. At one point, I think there was 5 teams around them and they came out clean and got the chicken dinner. Cammy, just because it was in Neox, I'm going to say that is one of the best. That's one of the best rondos we've ever seen.
Well, no, it just shows how dynamic some of areas of this map can be. It's just unfortunate that we don't see it that often. What I was going to say before I left you guys with the Liquid vehicle chase is the reason why, for new viewers that don't know this, the reason why on Rondo specifically we're going to test track or the area around it a lot is because in esports and ranked, the circle cannot go to areas that mountains are too high. They're considered unplayable, and Rondo is chock full of them. So while it's possible to go to other areas, they kind of have to like thread the needle through those mountain areas. Otherwise, the circle will get pushed back towards the center where it's pretty open space. Luckily, we got one of those games that didn't go that direction, and Toyo played that perfectly. First place in the match, 21 total points, 11 kills, and one of the coolest things I saw from them is they had that top area around the bend in the river, I think is what you guys decided to call it. But they even at one point, I think, sent 2 people back north across the river for extra angles to their west along that coastline. So once they're in the mix, Toyo, they are absolutely amazing players. As long as they're not running from the blue zone, coming into a fight super late with no information, they're one of the best teams in the region. And now I think, Godspeed, you said it correctly, they're up in 3rd place after this game.
Yeah, I mean, I believe so. But I mean, even when they have been coming in late to circle, the one thing that has impressed me is the fact that they're still getting kills, right? Even in those games that we've kind of questioned, maybe the rotation wasn't the greatest, or, you know, maybe they had a split that was a little too aggressive. They still at least get those points as far as kills are concerned. So this was just putting it all together, right? Getting the kills and getting the placement, which is why they were able to shoot up to top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Gibson, I mean, talking about teams that are really trying to climb the leaderboard, Empire, got to be happy enough for them. Sure, it wasn't the best round for them, but still 5 kills, 1 placement point, especially losing Finna early on. That's got to feel good for them. But here, as we look to the total leaderboard, Falcons maintaining their 1st place position, trying to rebuild that gap between them and the rest of the lobby. Currently a 7-point gap between them and Al Qadsiya, a good 3rd place finish from the previous match, Gibson.
Yeah, really good performance from them. They played aggressive. It's more placement points, and you see them, they've got the most kills in the lobby, and they've almost got the most placement points as well. It's just consistency. They might not be getting the chicken dinners that they might want, but they're still top of the lobby, 3 points away from that ton after 10 maps, which is an incredible average after this amount of games. But Cammy, still look at it. Luminosity are only 15. There's only 15 points between 5th and 1st. It is a 1-game swing for them to still move up to 1st spot.
Yes, and again, I want to put a caveat on that. Yeah. It's a 1-game difference, assuming none of the teams above them get any points either. Yeah. But yes, it is, especially because we're just barely over halfway through this entire weekend. Things can still change. I mean, even Liquid currently in 7th place, 70 points. They could still catch up and start to make a run for the win. It's going to be significantly harder of a climb for them going through today and tomorrow than anyone else, but they still could. I mean, we know how good of players these are. But guys, we have to talk about Erangel. We're going into that next. I know we don't like to look at the maps, and I do agree with you, Godspeed, your point about the maps not being like that different. It is more of a mental reset. But do we think that the issues with the amount of Sosnovka Island circles that we just tend to see on Erangel, Godspeed, do we think that's going to be an issue for some of these teams as just in terms of how they approach these final maps?
I think after yesterday's island circles, a lot of the teams realized just how imperative it is for them to get early, get over as early as possible, especially with, you know, some of the positions that can be very detrimental to play against, right? Like the high ground radio tower, for instance, which wasn't in yesterday, but could be in. I mean, I imagine if a team got up there first, and Circle did end up ending there, it would almost be, I don't want to say impossible, but very unlikely for that team to lose, especially when we had the mountain games yesterday where Bestia tried to hold the center of the mountain and then they ended up getting pinched. You know, I think, again, Gibson said it best coming into the day that these teams need to start rotating early for central compound positions because it just seems to be that much stronger in TPP. Whether it's Island or somewhere else, I don't think it makes... Actually, that's not true. It does make a difference based on the terrain, so never mind. Bad point.
Well, no, we're sort of in the realm of exploring all of that. At the end of the day, though, looking at the fact that Falcons, as you can see, just to your right, my left, of me, is they're still in first place. So one of you said it, they're not even getting the most placement points. It's going to be Luminosity with that, but they're getting all the kill points, whether they're playing for a position that they're able to find themselves in the center of one of the earlier zones, or they're coming in from the edge and just bounding from fight to fight to fight like we saw in the previous match. Third person, first person, it does not matter. This game is defined by how well you can shoot your opponents. The way that the fights get set up can be different because of like hiding behind a tree, hiding behind a ridgeline. Guys, the terrain, as you said, does matter in terms of that. But it does not matter if you cannot hit the shots.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can't shoot them. Your positioning could be the best in the world. That's why you use Panzers instead. You know, you don't have to really aim.
That's true. That's true. Man, this is exciting. This has been a really cool experience. I don't know about you guys at home, audiences watching in, that I'm trying to develop some sort of parasocial relationship with. Yes, I'm talking to you specifically, Jennifer. You. Someone out there is going to be really freaked out right now. It's really fun for us to sort of explore what this looks like in TPP, and there have been a lot of really interesting observations. The use of the shields feels different. That could just be the perspective that the actual physical perspective, camera perspective that we're watching from. But the early fighting, that's been a really, really big factor. That's in play for a large part of many of these maps. Miramar has felt a little different earlier today, but Takeo and Rondo saw a lot of early fighting. We're going to be getting that on Erangel, I can guarantee that, whether the circle is going to be on Sosnovka Island or not. But Gibson, do you think there's some level of the meta that you still think could be unlocked in how teams approach these games?
100%. Like we're in the infancy of this tournament, so every single time that we see the players play, we're seeing new things. Like yesterday, it was using the shield inside the smoke to peek up over the top of it. Today, we're seeing a lot more of the high ground play and really taking an advantage of just every little dip and crevice that you can use. Before I throw it back to you, you broke the fourth wall in a third person tournament by chatting to chat. So now you've basically done all the perspectives in this broadcast. So like we've done.
Just wait till I get the fifth.
What is the fifth wall?
I don't know. I'll let you know when I find it.
Is that you just touching a viewer on the shoulder at home while in the middle of the watch?
Yeah.
That's weird. I'm just gonna say it. That's what do we do? The one thing I will say about all of this as well is, you know, as the day went on yesterday, it's not jarring for us, but it is very different when we do watch and cast these games, right? But I mean, moving now into, you know, game 5. For me, it's just starting to meld together. Like, it really is not looking that much different. When there's a few situations where we see a player using a shield or something, using that TPP perspective, but overall, I feel like it's really not, as far as a viewing experience, it's not too much different, and I've been enjoying it so far. As a player, that's a completely different story. But as far as the viewers go, I mean, this still seems like very much action-packed PUBG with teams making good and bad plays at the same time, right? So yeah, it's starting to be less about FPP versus TPP for me and more about like what I'm actually seeing and the plays that these teams are making. So for me, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. See, I'm trying to think about that, the answer to my own question myself. And one thing that I am a little surprised by is that utility doesn't look that different from what we saw in first person. One of the big things that we heard from a lot of people exploring third person in the scrims and then the cups was that, like, the first person PUBG has always been strategic, right? You can't just run at opponents and expect to win every game unless you really are just God, but like that much of a level above. But that's not gonna happen, right? But there's this contrast between first person is more like firefighting execution. Third person is more strategy. And I think that can be accurate when it comes to positioning in third person, where it just tends to lean that direction more. But we're not seeing the strategy in terms of utility usage have to be that big of a deal. Utility is always going to be important in PUBG, no matter what perspective you're at, Gibson. But there doesn't seem to be some reliance on clearing every single corner. It's kind of playing out a bit standard for what we know of as PUBG Esports.
I think the only difference is we're seeing more smokes. You know, yeah, we're getting a lot of nades, but a lot more smokes, because it's so hard to close a gap without them. Like in first person perspective, you can get away with it because if somebody peeks, usually you can't see them around the corner. So yeah, that's kind of the main difference that we've seen. But I think that's it. It's just a lot more smokes, and players are making do by taking less ammo to make up for it.
Right, now Godspeed, I'll ask you, you're about to go on a break a little bit as Gibson and I will cast this game, but before you go, I want to ask you if there's anything that you've seen that you think you want to see teams explore more in third person. Like maybe there's like a hint of something, like, oh, what's that over there? I want to go see what that is about.
I wouldn't say there's something like specific I'd want to see. I just want to keep learning the little, you know, tips and tricks. Like for instance, jumping on top of a deployable cover, right? That's not really something that I thought about because I don't play third person. But now that I've seen it, like I'm sure there's so many other little quirks that can be done to help players like gain the advantage, right, within the TPP rule set. So I'm just looking forward to more stuff like that.
Oh my god, we saw the plane path, and I didn't want to say anything, but I thought, oh wow, what is going on here? One grenade in a dream.
Oh, that being said, I think I'm gonna make my way out this time. Good luck, boys.
Okay, I was gonna give you a little bit of extra chance, but yeah. It's on your hands, Godspeed.
He's off to save more children, Cammy. He's off to like save more children from wells and, you know, give people lens of his Lamborghini. Like that's just, he's just that type of guy. He's just
a nice dude.
Yeah. Like one time I needed a lift and he literally flew his private jet all the way over to Ireland to give me a 10-minute journey. Like he's just the best.
What a chill, bro. No, but that circle is pretty bad. It's not the worst, but it leans Milta Peninsula enough that I'm really worried. We saw the plane path. It looked to be as standard and normal as you can hope for. On Erangel, it's cutting right through the middle diagonally. Like that's basically the perfect plane path. But Erangel still likes to really make things weird and complicated and can't give us a normal game.
Yeah, but it's been this way. It seems like it's been this way now for the last 7 or 8 months, as Tony will prepare himself a Panzer to try hit the bike as it comes round the rear exit. Lots of noise being made, but 2 players are in position. Panzer in first person, first shot fired, switch over to the ace on third person, and he gets the second knock as well as Typhon get themselves a double, and Tony putting in the work for Typhon, who, I'm going to say it, Typhon have exceeded my expectations in the best way so far this weekend, but it's not done yet, Cammy.
No way, no way! Oh. He almost got that, caught with the nade in his hand. He was still almost able to win that 1-versus-1, but now Gabriel is able to get a second. Karak goes down. So all of a sudden, it was looking amazing for Typhon. It's still not great for potentially dangerous, but can go for the res. Decides better of it. The problem is, Gabby is super low on HP.
Yeah, and even though he's low, he's prioritizing getting the res onto his teammate over the fight that's going to be ahead. So both players now back on their feet on about 10 HP, and he's going to get Mini back on his feet, Infinite back on their feet as well. So potentially dangerous have fully regrouped, but they have no health between them, Cammy.
Oh my god! All that fire almost licking at their toes. But yeah, you're right, the reses are coming through. They did, Typhon lost 1 permanently. Tony's been dropped, sent back to the lobby despite that amazing initial hold. It's just unfortunate that it's been essentially all reset by Gabriel and the rest of potentially dangerous.
But
the fight's still on, however.
Yeah, I don't see the HP going up, Cammy. They don't have medkits. They're using boosts and what little bandages they have. And if Typhon knew this, they'd 100% be more aggressive on pushing this fight.
I don't know. Even at that, I'd be a little concerned. Close quarters, around the corners, you never really know where people are going to be playing. But you're right, they're actually almost psyching themselves out through those smokes. Potentially dangerous. They're corralled inside this warehouse. There's not a lot of moves that they can make. They can only go off of what Typhon give them.
Yeah, and like I think for PD as well, you're very limited because this fight happened. Like the utility's not great, ammo situation's not the best. Looking elsewhere, picture in picture, Tigleton gets the knock on the Gladiator and flushes that one out as Falcons continue to add points as they look to be the first team to get over the 10-point mark. Psycho will get the knock onto Gabri though as they stepped a little bit too far away from the double door. Now Typhon will get more aggressive. Micro Uzi in the hands of one player. Infinite with the barrel headshots going to get landed there. Kami and Quan will have to fall back into cover, but PD using the warehouse to their advantage. It's making it really hard for Typhon.
I mean, maybe I'm projecting here, but it really looks like how we've seen that open peak is a habit from first person if they still haven't unlearned when they're going into third. But Infinite, 1 HP, the meds are still low, as you said. They're able to get up somewhat healthy enough, but I don't think they can get those HP bars any higher once again. Murillo is just waiting for that smoke to fade. Close range SMGs, we've already seen them get used a fair bit in this weekend's event so far. I mean, just the DPS of this weapon is insane up close.
Yeah, but the problem, Kami, is the ammo count. 25 bullets goes by in the blink of an eye with this gun. Infinite is 1 HP. He's not going to get any more. Murillo is just staying here as long as possible, hoping for those boost ticks to kick in any moment now. But Typhon are back up to a 3. And really, they should know that if you throw enough players, you'll get this result. And that's exactly what happens. They sprint in, they get PD done. And just like that, a team falls in a little bit of BM thrown there as well as the loot crate will get shot at. But I like it. Nice aggression. Typhon up in 3rd place. They're having themselves a hell of a day today.
Yeah. And I know that Tony is the one that's had some of the biggest impact plays that we've seen with Psycho. The numbers have been absolutely insane, not just yesterday, but even today so far. Pippa, a bit of a spray coming on to a rotating luminosity as everyone is favoring the East Mansion, north of prison position in this circle. It's close to center in phase 1, but it's a bit north, and we know that it's gonna go back west at least a touch. I'm not arguing that they should be around shelter, but there's got to be some teams that play edge, and it's certainly got to be the ones that are coming in very, very late. Looking at Team Casito, Team Liquid, Empire now. They're still currently in Yosnaya, and of course Typhon, who we just saw them clear that fight around Ferry.
Yeah, they're all going so far to the east because I think that being on the west and having the zone shift east is a lot harder to move into than if you're already over there and you need to shift back the other way. So lots of teams hoping that this continues to go towards that side, and for the likes of Falcons, Empire, they're in a position where they're not going to go that deep into the circle. They're too long in the tooth. They know that that's roughly what some of these other teams are going to do. They'll just play around here. They'll be happy in this sort of position. They're going to ride out phase 1 and see where it goes from here.
I wonder why Liquid are going north now. They were just driving south, maybe trying to wrap the west side of Yosnaya, but Empire, they're still in that city, but they're not in a super controlling gatekeepy position. They're not that I can see. Are Liquid actually turning around to gatekeep Team Casito?
If you're gatekeeping Team Casito, it's a rough one, but I think you might be bang on the money there because they spotted out Roger. He's going to be pushed towards Luke 12. Luke fires off. A couple of shots are going to land, but no, he pops a tire. Kami, he's popped a tire. Yes,
that's
go.
huge.
Roger, he's in a ton of trouble. One more shot. Come on, Luke. Oh, no.
So close. You can see Alo chasing. Alo wants this. Gonna go for the drive-by. Saw Roger get out, and there it is. The kill does go down. Say kill, it's only a knock, but we know that one's gonna get confirmed quick as you like it. Squish.
All because he popped the tire, Kami.
Go for tires.
Yeah.
My eyes lit up when I opened up. Get some music playing now. Let's go.
Yeah, look at his parking too, by the way.
I know, it's great. So my eyes lit up when I opened up PUBG for the first time today on the new Battle Pass, and one of my first daily missions was pop a tire.
Oh, that's easy for you. Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you've...
I do that in my sleep.
Yeah. Roth does this in his sleep too, picks up points up by a road as they love to play positions like this. That's one for them as Team K0 moved to...
Oh,
remember I said teams were gambling on this going more towards the east? It's done just that.
It's because they all know the same thing that I do. Erangel is a water-based map. It's always going to be water, always has been. Old Erangel is dead. New Erangel keeps you on the coastline.
Do you believe in our new Erangel overlords? Does Vox move off in the distance? Shrimsy chasing them down as Falcons look to add some more points to their tally as Luminosity will rotate around, wrapping like sharks. But I feel like Kickstart, he's got to be... I think he's fine. He's fine. He's not going to get driven by it. They'll take a hell of a shot for that to happen. But over by the trenches, Toyo, the winners of the last map, are not going to be going back-to-back. They fall in 15th.
That happened so fast. I don't even know what went on, and now suddenly Falcons, they're starting to wonder if their run is getting shut down quickly. Kickstart goes down. There's only one knock against them, but this position is not particularly one of security. I do wonder if the vehicles are going to stay safe in that position. It's enough cover to go for the revive, but with Liquid northwest, up reactor to the northeast, Falcons, they might be in the zone, but we'll see if they struggle to get out of this in like very, very individual position.
Yeah, the prison, you know, that tower just to the west of prisons, they're locked in that position. Silzen playing up by the rocks. You've 55 not too far away, and inside of Yaz with the blue coming this way, we've got Empire and Team K Cito. Empire, 2 players left alive. It's kind of been a symptomatic of everything that's happened for them over the course of this weekend. Yes, they've gotten a lot more points on the board, but we're going to get to see a lot more of that Empire blue healing plays as AKA they'll move up onto the Milta coastline, and Milta's completely vacant. Like, they don't know this, but we do. It's free, but I just feel like the odds of the zone going there are way too low, that they're better just playing the very north side of Milta and those cliffs and then feeding their way in if they need to.
Again, where are Liquid going? They're hunting. I mean, it makes sense with, again, not to beat a dead horse, the central positions are incredibly hard to push, especially in third person. And that is incentivizing teams like Liquid, teams like Liquid to just go hunting on the edge. This is such a smart play, and it's risky because if something goes wrong, it's going to make it even harder to salvage. But I really like it. It's certainly a novel approach, and we'll see if it ends up paying off in the short term or the long term. But to me, this reads as a squad that is making proactive reads on the way that this series will be playing out.
I want to know what Team K0 did to Liquid. That is having Liquid chase them.
They were in the area. That's all they did.
It's like a patrol watch. Like, I'm watching Liquid on the map, and they're just constantly on the move. They're going into the blue. They're hunting down solo players and trying to find points here, as Varas did make it in. Look, they popped one of the tires and had 2 more on the brink, as Varas will move inside the zone, but he's in the blue. He's gonna... Oh, Cammy.
Are you shocked? Are we surprised anymore?
I'm not shocked, but you know what I mean? Like, what the hell, Silzen?
Listen, the rest of Bestia got eliminated. Silzen's just trying to survive. Went for a little hidey hole. Unfortunate that it doesn't look like it's going to stay in the zone for much longer, but it's a safe spot to hang out for now. Luminosity now, they are trying to go towards the center. Juke with an angle across the water onto Katsia. Roth has been knocked. Good trade by Rello. Okay. Thought it was more damage than it ended up being. Smoke's already deployed to try and get their co-IGL res back up, and D's gonna have to run for it, able to make it behind. Good. It's not even hard cover, it's just the vision cover.
And AKA just can't get the angle. You just can't get the bend. Oh, you just got him back on his feet. And there's great shots. There's the better cover from the other side as he falls down to 1 HP. AKA 2 or 3 players up, but you've bought time now to get Roth back on his feet after back-to-back knocks. But the question is, where do we go from here? And in particular, see that E-pickup just below the screen? That's El Proyecto. I want to know where El Proyecto we're going to go.
Melt the power. I know that's a late call by my side because they're already basically over it, but that's really the best place. If they can land on the top here, that would be absolutely amazing. Oh, this position in third person. No! No. Nice! Nailed it.
Just
in third person, this position is disgusting.
Just go
And AKA, they know it. They're on their way out. They are running away. They're fleeing.
This is cruel. This is cruel. Jude can't go anywhere. Haven is going to get himself one knock. Looks, Nanu, what? Nanu, why are you fighting this? You can't win that gunfight. Haven's going to clean up Jube, AKA getting torn asunder. This is, I'm getting sick in my mouth watching. I'm getting even sicker in my mouth watching this now. Put him,
Oh, this is great.
Put him in timeout.
This is so good.
Put him in the naughty corner. This is wrong.
All's fair in love and war.
I hope he stubs his toe for playing in a position like this.
Too far. How dare you?
I'd be fuming if I die to a player up there. I'm actually done. Like, I'm out of the lobby. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what happens when you die in a game.
Every time. I know it, Cammy. I know it better than most. As the circle is going to shift, and Stilson's still in.
Stilson's still in. Okay, Liquid. Oh no, losing a vehicle in this situation is not a good feeling. I could see are able to pull away from AKA due to the pressure of El Proyecto, who, by the way, they're jumping off the high ground because they're not in the zone anymore. They're going to go aggressive onto AKA. But how did Liquid get out of this one? They all have one UAZ and a bicycle. Will that be enough? I mean, it's all they have. That's all. They're going to have to go for it no matter what.
Yeah, send it. Just go.
Is there a path?
It's just too deep. It's just too deep. So they'll have to go the other way. And you know the way we can, like, check how much distance a team has covered? Like, how much distance have Team Liquid covered in this map so far? And they've still got all 4 players up. They're going to rock the beach now, going directly in towards Rello and Roth, who are waiting to spring that trap. The closer and closer you get to D, he's got the nade already primed and ripped and ready. And here we go. Sparking will fall. A little bit more damage dealt. But D, you got to get that nade out, and you got to get that nade out now. Here come the rest of Al-Qudsiya as they pancake up on top of Alo. And now Cowboy is there. Team Liquid have just been decimated on the coast. And while that's all been going on, working in silence, are getting picked up by Team KZito as well.
Such a great hold by Al-Qudsiya. The setup there was going to make it almost impossible for Liquid to break through. Just stopping at the unfortunate north side of D's position, open firing from the northern players. But we're going to check towards the southwest because there are significantly more players here. This side of the zone. Empire coming in from the blue. You can see on the minimap could potentially catch Team Casito off guard, but their attention is onto Falcons. Kickstar does get confirmed by a grenade by Project. And Stilson, you can see in the distance, still hiding.
He's going to. He's just going to live his best life. He's got himself a hole up on top of the hill, and he has no plans on going anywhere. He's squatting. He's hoping to get squatters' rights a little bit longer inside this circle. But we'll see what happens elsewhere. Team KZito have got Team Empire wrapping in right behind them, and I don't think that they have any clue on what's about to happen to them. Falcons a little further ahead to the north as H1 will eat that headshot from the MK12, forcing him to drop a little bit further. But I think Team KZito could be in a lot of trouble once Empire get inside the zone, and maybe even if they get a med kit off first.
Robert's watching, working in silence. Gonna approach from the smoke. Dropping a new one in their face. Right at their feet. A lot of smoke usage just to get into grenade range of Team Casita. Robert almost goes down. Liquid are eliminated. Roth with the final shot over to the single remaining player. Mostly central shift, but there's nothing in this zone anymore. It's going to be a lot of edge fighting from here on out.
And trees.
Great shots by Boris.
Let's Adam get that kill confirmed. Varas is going to peek on up as well. Gets another knock onto working and silences BL. Will run off and is he biking? He's
biking off.
Oh no! And Adam's going to steal. Is Adam going to steal this kill as well? He's inside the blue. He's taking a ton of damage every single second, but Varas does get his kill confirmed on the BL. Valiant and Adam taking. It's phase 5. Like, look how much 5 damage every single tick that they're inside the blue.
That's rough.
And Valiant's got to wrap way round toward. He wants to play this way. Actually, he could get. No, he's not going to get H1 because Trisk is.
Right, but I don't know if you saw it, but Valiant has 11 first aid kits. I know we're not the biggest fans of playing into the blue, but Empire, they understand that in order to do so, you gotta have the meds. Now Cowboy also in the blue as it's pushing in from the north, sending some shots towards 55s. We check back in to Robert back on his feet, picked up by Varus. Some Charisma do get eliminated. A joint effort between What It Takes and Luminosity.
Look, I know you said that not everybody likes to see teams playing in the blue, but look, not everybody can pull off a bejazzled denim jacket like Poro as well. But Empire, they make it work, right? It's fashionable for them as they use it to pick up a couple more points inside the story. Yes, I did say a bejazzled denim jacket for Poro as well. You've seen it. You know the one I'm talking about.
I don't actually.
Oh, you were supposed to back me up there.
No. Sorry. I mean, yes, and.
Yeah. Poro's bejazzled jacket. I only say that because I know he's watching.
Listen, I just know Poro as a big fan of corduroys and boat shoes.
Anyway, on the other side of the circle, What It Takes, they've got Typhon for company and LG. 2 teams up on the top side of that leaderboard. A sneak attack will wrap around the side. You've got Gats up to one. Oh, there you go. You spot around 2 members of Typhon. And the spray from sneak attack, not quite good enough to get a knock. Damage dealt on the Psycho, and this jump scout will be done. But sneak attack's running low on ammo here as well, so he needs to be very careful about how he takes on these fights, Cammy, because the blue's there, and so is. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, no. That's the problem. The crossfire is a crossfire, even if the 2 players involved aren't on the same team. Sneak attack goes down. It's a really nice approach. Now it's all to Kenner and gets shut down by Kawazine. Adam takes Varus across the way, so Empire is still, still surviving and activating from the blue. Pretty heavy hard shift northwest. Great Falconcia all of a sudden. We thought that they were out and going to have to play from the extremities, but through a couple of hard shifts, they are in arguably a controlling position. It's all the low ground, as you can see in front of D, but I don't think there's going to be any team that could properly challenge him from the high ground. Even if 55 stay all 4 up, they're going to have to go through a lot of fighting to maintain that position.
Yeah, it's Baki getting that knock and flush on the Roth as he extended a bit too far, but keep an eye on Valiant, who is still alive inside the blue and still on the hunt of more points. 40. Oh, no. He's right there. Oh, Valiant. He's got 13 bandages. He'll get a couple more bandages on, but you've got 50. The rest of 55 are up on the other side as well. Cammy, he's not even lying on grass. He's lying on like an open patch of dirt, and they're completely oblivious to this position.
They have no reason to look behind them. That's how Valiant knows that that's why he's so comfortable just going for the bandage there. Now behind a tree, he knows that there are more players to his south, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get a knock and kill onto Trisk. This is where the heavy decision making. Oh, might have just been spotted.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Trisk is probably like, what are you doing there? How did he get in behind enemy lines? Gats will throw the pre-nade towards the south. Phase 6 forcing Typhon into this fight with Luminosity now, and they can use the angle, but that's a great molly that will force Gats back, and Psycho uses that molly to close the gap and gets that knock and attempts to get the flush, but Richie B has an aid, and Gats is just saying, throw it on top of me. But the Bizzler, he doesn't want to do it just yet. He thinks that he can get these kills and potentially pull off this res on the other side, and Quan will close the gap, pushing up to the tree. A mist of smoke has been created now, but can Quan deal with it as Bizzler will dip and dodge and dance around the other side and fall back? And oh yeah, that's easy for Quan. That's another point for Type. Typhon. They are so close to catching the top two, but both those sides are still alive as well, Cammy.
Triple 10 fight now, Katsia. And with Empire taken out, it actually turns out that 55 are in the best position. Nice grenade by D to take Triple 10 out. 4v3v2, assuming Relo can get revived, but I don't think it's going to be as easy. Kaskawasi's starting to strike again. 7 kills for Typhon. They're on a roll. The momentum of the day is all on their side. Now Psycho, eyes on D. I think 55 is going to be chilling and cleaning up the rest. The team at the very bottom looking to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that all the teams at the top are hoping that 55 get this chicken dinner and stop Al-Qudsiya from opening up a lead at the top. Mixtall throwing the nades up over the ridgeline towards the smoke where they was playing, but it's Baki that finds the kill. Tiggleton will get one from the grave, but now it's a 4 versus 2 for the win. Can Typhon pull this one out? Looking less and less likely as H11 will get the knock on to Psycho, and it's all down to Cowan. And look, 55, they've not had a great tournament, Cammy, but they're playing this end zone so clean as they get that chicken dinner.
9 kills, that's about par for expected kill counts for the chicken dinner. So not a low score by those metrics. Still, not quite as explosive as someone like the ends that we've seen previously. Like, I think El Proyecto opened up this entire series with 16 kill victory. But a win's a win. Right, Godspeed?
Yeah, a win is a win. 55, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's about time. My goodness. Whew. It's about
Big
time.
55 fan now? Are you on the 55 hype train,
You could
Godspeed? Or are you think they're going to take it all the way to the end?
Yes, you could say that I'm going to take it all the way to the end. That's a very fair statement,
right.
and I will say that so far Erangel has delivered at least the first map of the day, or the first Erangel second to last map of the day. There we go. That's what.
Yeah.
There we go. I got it. I got there. We got there.
I'm going to assume that's accurate. Survey says they're confused as well. Anyway, so good Erangel nonetheless
Okay, we
in the
tried.
penultimate game of the night. So let's look at the scoreboard. Let's look at the leaderboard. That's going to help us have these discussions. 19 points for 55, 14 for Typhon, and 13 for Al-Qudsiya. So a couple of teams there getting a good chunk of points, Gibson.
Yeah, again, we're seeing more than one team getting double digits. Al-Qudsiya with 13, Typhon as well. So pressure being put up onto Falcons at the very top. And for all the miles and all the action the Team Liquid were in, though, they only got 4 points. But I'm looking way down. Toyo, who started to show signs of life today as far as placements were concerned, not a great game for them. Only 1 point gathered, and that sees that gap above them get increased a little bit more.
So I'm going to bring us back to reality. In the exact same way that Toyo are allowed to have one bad game and still be considered a threat, 55 Esports, with this win, I'm going to need to see more out of them before I can really pass judgment on like my confidence level of them climbing even higher. I don't think it's in the cards. I don't think mathematically it's even possible for them to win this tournament at this point, but they still want to climb as much as they can. Problem is, when they're getting less than 4 points a game, one 19-point game isn't really going to make me feel that much more confident. Is that too harsh, Godspeed?
No, I don't think it's harsh at all. I mean, realistically, I agree with both points that you made. Toyo is a team that, you know what, it's okay they had a bad game, right? They've been very consistent overall. As far as the kills have been concerned, they did win a game today, so that definitely helps. And yeah, for 55, like, it's not so much about winning at this point, because I agree, I don't think that it's possible for them to win. Actually, I mean, there's still technically 7 games left, but it's just unlikely, right? Team Falcons, Al-Qudsiya, Typhon, Luminosity, like all these teams just having travesty days tomorrow and not getting points. That being said, what you did say rings very much true, and that's the fact that, look, they may not win, but there's still money on the line, right? This is still experience practice. They can absolutely climb from 11th place and maybe even get themselves into top 8, which is still very much an accomplishment in this lobby in a new format. So they still have room to grow here, and they still have a climb to make. But yeah, as far as going towards the top, I agree with you, Cameron. I think it's very unlikely.
Yeah. So Gibson Falcons back in first place, only 1 point ahead of Al-Qudsiya, only 6 points ahead of Typhon, and then we see a pretty sizable gap down to Luminosity, which again is surprising because they have the highest placement points. They have 3 wins. I think they're the only team that have more than 2 wins throughout this weekend so far. do we think that this sort of separation into the different tiers on the leaderboard, do we think this is going to hold? And at this point on, we should look towards just Falcons, Akatsuya, and Typhon being the ones chasing first place? Because they've all been really, really consistent, right? I mean, you have to be up there at that level.
Yeah, but so like Luminosity being consistent, like they have 45 placement points. It's the kills that's killed, the lack of kills that's killed them.
No, you can't be consistent with 3 wins, only 45 placement points. That's out of what, 6 plus 5, 11 games so far. That is 8 games only getting 15 placement points. That's not great.
If you win 3 maps, that is consistency. How many maps have Falcons won?
2, I think.
And look, Luminosity got more placement points than them. Like, you're going to sing the praise about how Falcons are always in and about the mix. Luminosity are there too. Like, they've been in any game where I feel they've had the chance to get good points total tallies, they've done it.
I would agree.
Yeah, Godspeed
Wait,
agrees.
hold on. I
Wait.
saw Cameron's scrunch face.
Yeah, I'm just upset that you're picking his side over me. Come on.
Wait, what? Why is this about picking sides? I mean, has LG not been consistent?
No, I think they're really feast and famine. I think they have really strong, high scoring games, but then they have a lot of low scoring games, which is fine. Their
They have
strategy
some. Okay, I
can
can
be
see that.
haymakers. Whereas Falcons, I think, is a lot more consistent, where they're always in the mix, and they might, the wins are going to be spikes over some of the other games. Like I think their first mirror, where they only got like 3 or 4 points total, but their average is a more, it's just like more, not the average, like the mean is more regular, whereas Luminosity is like up and down all over the place. They both average out to not too far from the same numbers, even though Falcons is higher. It's just, what I mean is, I expect Falcons to have, it's weirder to see Falcons go out with fewer than 7 points, whereas Luminosity, it's like, oh, they got 2 points, don't worry, next one they're gonna get 15.
Okay, I could see that. I could see that, Gibson. Can you see that? Or you have the blinders on?
Well, I have the blinders on a little bit, because my point is they've still got more placement points than Falcons. Like,
That's
like,
true.
So you've won 3 games.
That is a fact. Yes, correct.
You've won 3 games out of 11. Like, that is a large portion of the total amount of games. So I know that we're not going to agree on it. So I think we should move on.
Just to irritate Cammy, I'm just gonna continue to fence it. I'm just gonna ride that line.
You know what? Anything is possible.
Anything is truly possible as we look to go into it's the last game of the day, match 12. And again, the spread today, there's been no repeat winners as of today. Obviously, we've had repeat winners, but so far it's a fresh board.
Actually, wait a second. I think I'm wrong. I don't even think Falcons have won 2 games. I think Falcons have only won 1.
Yeah.
No, they won 2.
They won 2 in, yes. No.
Did they win 2 in the first place? No, they didn't.
I don't think
Luminosity.
they did. No.
Luminosity won 2 games yesterday.
You are making me doubt myself now, Cameron. I cannot believe
I'm also doubting myself.
Yeah, no, Falcons only won 1 game
They've
yesterday.
only won 1.
Yeah.
Man.
So LG be more consistent.
No. You're right. Falcons have only. Why is this telling me they've won? Why is this? Okay. The stats page that I'm looking at is all out of whack. I can't trust it anymore.
Can you believe this guy, Gibbs?
Okay, this was yesterday's games. Falcons won 1. Luminosity won 2.
Some people's kids.
Kami, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
It's true. Listen, I say that all the time. So I do believe that, yes, it is accurate. In fact, I think Luminosity is the only team to win more than 1, and they've won 3. So listen, that's something. The fact that they can really have those heavy swings into the chicken dinners. I'm just saying, I'd like to see them pull out more points when it's not a chicken dinner. That's all.
I can agree with you on that. Like, I'd like to see it, but I still think they've done a great job of winning the games they can. Like, they've just had a lot of rough circles that have worked against them, but we'll look at some other teams, because Cammy, this is another flight path that opens up the opportunities for more vile circles.
Yeah, I look at Erangel and I can't feel secure until I see the first circle. But Godspeed, I'm just looking at where some of these teams are dropping. I'm worried that we're going to get some more early game action, so I'll let you go. Do you have any final wise words for us, or perhaps the teams that are not listening to you, but you can say it to them anyway?
No, because it seems like you just want to kick me out, and you guys don't want me here, and so I'm just gonna take the hint. And,
Do you want? You can stay if you want.
Godspeed, stay.
No, I think again, as I often look at the last game of the day, what really matters to me is how the teams who are struggling finish, right? Because if you finish strong and you build that confidence going into the next day, we talked about confidence at the beginning of the day and how, my goodness, okay, well, that's going to be confidence shattering.
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? That's a perfect time for me to actually step out.
No, please, I want to go. I want to leave. I want off of this ride.
I already cast one of these. I'm good. You guys have a good one.
He's only leaving because he's only leaving because he's on the desk and he doesn't want to give analysis on the circle. He's like, I'm out. I'm not doing it.
What is this? What is happening here? Why are we drive-by with a DBS?
DP.
This.
The dinner plate. It's the best gun in the game.
I don't think I should be expected to know the government name of the worst weapons in the game.
It's the best. It's the best. I remember when this gun was out of it's the Tommy gun in the hands of Empire as well. This is proper flashback. Oh, you got an Uzi and an S12K. The guns in this gunfight.
What is going on?
Oh, brother.
Oh, the jump shot. Oh my God, Valley ain't the god. He's 1v4ing Sam Crismo.
Best guns in the game. Everywhere I look. There's a vector. You got a vector. You had a Tommy gun. You had a DP. You've got yourself a UMP. This is awesome. And a VSS. Why not? Why not?
There is. This is real PUBG game. Oh, you got it. Holy. I take back every negative thing I've ever said about Empire. They are my favorite team now.
You might not like it, folks, but this is what peak PUBG performance looks like. Like, hell yeah. Empire, 4 kills on the board as the 2 teams will call for that E pickup into the center of the circle. AKA and Falcons banking on a Mully Island. You know what that means? You know what we need then, Cammy, for that phase 1 shift? We need to go
back
north.
to Milta.
We need to go north.
Listen, it's gonna happen. Aragel is here to torment me specifically. Me, Cameron Davis, Cammy D Davis, tormenting me. That at this point, that's just what I know.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel bad for Empire now because they were able to celebrate that amazing, what was almost a 1v4, but 2v4 if you want to give credit to Finna for the final kill there. They got to celebrate for about 10 seconds before they opened the map and saw what they'd have to go into.
It's fine. They'll be grand. It's what Empire were born to do.
Well, the problem with it is that the fight delayed their rotation timing so much more than it already was going to be delayed. Sure, they drop up the plane faster than virtually anyone else, and so unfettered, that could give them relatively early enough access, but like the circle's all the way down south, and then they had to get into the fight. They got to go back into looting, so they're going to be coming in likely later than anyone else.
Yeah, Toyo, they're going to use the E pickup as well, as 3 have been called in now inside of phase 1, and there is a limit. If you're at home, we can't have every single team calling in these E pickups time and time again. They are limited by phase. So 3 teams taking to the skies, and that's all well and good, Cammy, but the problem is they're not going to have vehicles. Like, when you take the E pickup and you land somewhere like this, you've got to either go as far as you can and find, you know, vehicle spawns that haven't been taken yet, or you could do Shrimsy and drop on top of this crate, get yourself some level 3 gear and get prepped for the later on in this one. But I like the fact that Falcons have taken the final stop you possibly could, and it gives them more chance to get one of those vehicle spawns as well.
Yeah, this is generally the play that I like to see teams do, is go towards the south, because this is one of the spaces on the map that you can all but guarantee no one's been here at this point in the game. Only 5.5 minutes in. But I forget who it was. I think it was either you or Godspeed talking about the high ground on Sosnovka. What it takes. They've taken it. They're only playing S3. They've had some unfortunate team situation that they've been playing S3 for the past round or 2. So it's unfortunate they're dealing with that again, but this high ground position, if the circle stays on it, could be incredible.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it, as Keter will use that high position to just scout out the E pickups, feed the information to the team. we will see them go south, and Team Liquid are bullying Team KZito once more. This time it's Roberts the target. He's going to get picked up, and they'll say thank you very much as Alo. I'm not sure if you've got enough rounds with 310 to work with as Capitan hits that coastline as well, but you're very close to Falcons. You don't have any vehicles apart from the buggy, right? And if you're going to be a passenger on the buggy, you're sitting on the meat seat. Nobody wants to sit on the meat seat.
Tiggleton, it's got a bolty. Sent one shot in. That might have actually... I heard it strike something, whether it was dirt or the flesh of Capitan. I'm not quite sure. Ooh, okay. And Alcacia, they've actually taken a glider over. One in the back seat, so they're actually putting two people on top. Diesel gonna jump out, pop the parachute. Though some immediate shots coming out from what it takes. Doesn't deal too much damage. AK is also right below them. That's a big problem. And Bizzler, oh, fighting Empire. They just want to fight. Now they're running into this. Why are Luminosity still here? I'm sure Empire are asking themselves.
It's what happened yesterday's game with Luminosity with a very similar circle. They found themselves in the north. They rotated in really late, and you remember they got in that fight just on the edge of Malta as they got close to the bridge and they got wiped out. So it's a similar thing. I think that the way they play these circles is they rotate in really, really late, and almost as if they're hoping to rotate across the bridge in the blue when everybody's forgotten about it. But we'll wait and see how that one goes as we keep eyes on this Alcacia fight. Liquid leaves Casino alone as another tire's been popped. Oh, the poor guys.
Leave them alone when they stop dropping around them. Listen, you can't drop next to Liquid and expect them to let you rotate out of your loot spot for free. They do this to everyone. This isn't unique to Masters. This is not unique to Team Casino.
They've got like 17 points. Let them be. Oh, Dartek. He's going to get taken out by Kurt, or by sneak attack from way up on high, as that's another player falling. What it takes using their high ground to the advantage to third party this one, and AKA it's just down to Glanu and Gladiator, while Roth continues to fly on by, and I'm surprised that nobody's taking shots at that glider, because those things don't take a lot of damage, and you would force Roth to hit the ground then.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. I think they're just all so distracted with each other. You don't want to get caught out in the open. That actually could be being used as bait, that glider, because you kind of have to step outside, and that could easily reveal yourself to the rest of Alcacia. Eventually dangerous, taking quite a few licks. Gabriel's been killed. Aurelio is bleeding out infinite, and Naitavan is probably looking for an exit, I assume, though they're sticking around, so maybe not. Maybe they can't exit. This is a fight for a relatively somewhat central position on Millie Island. Bolt misses.
Yeah, but
Try again.
Reposition, get another angle and go for it. Infinite will throw nades into the smoke. Maybe he'll hit pay dirt as the first nade. That's a good one. That's a really good nade from Infinite, as two members of El Proyecto are basically down and out now. Gizera will fall and okay. Bouncy smoke grenade right there, but I'd like to see potentially dangerous get more aggressive about this. Two players are down, another player's going to go for the res. Press the issue while you have the advantage.
Phase 2 goes. Will it go to the north? If it does, it's Gibson's fault. It doesn't, so it's all on me. You're welcome, what it takes. What a great central position here in phase number 2. This is still not very straightforward. And I just spotted Rello in the glider all the way down south. That could have been a scouting mission preparing for decision-making for phase 2. But I think the rest of Alcacia can just stay where they are in this zone for now. I think this could just be a pretty straightforward phase 2, considering the only teams that are outside of it are ones that were having to work their way across regardless.
Pickup for Team Liquid will take them center of the circle as we jump right on board with them, and you're wondering where they could go to fall, because a lot of the really good spots have been taken, so you might just want to force it and drop inside of the crates inside a Novo, or do you elect to just land on a roof and take a fight and be ready to go? 2 kills on the board for them. They're up into 6th now, so they have been climbing over the course of the day despite not lighting up the leaderboard the way that they would want to. And Roth is still flying around, right? Finally, Peepa takes some shots, but He is getting so much information for his team.
Pulling back, where are Liquid gonna go? They're aiming for the coast. The problem is they're coming very, very late. There's no way they can guarantee that it's free. It's actually not just free, it's also two teams here. Toyo, Alcacia, Luke 12 might just be the sacrificial lamb to find out where everyone is. Roth is gonna be peeking outside that window, and oh, it's the entirety of Liquid. They're crashing. It's 1v4.
Yeah, it's Jover. It's not looking good for Roth. He's going to throw down some utility, some smokes here, Cammy, but you throw enough things at a problem and that's what happens. Roth, he's taken out, and Alcudzia are going to lose one. Great decision from the Team Liquid, and they've got that nice warehouse car, or that barn compound as well.
What's the problem with being too spread? Oh, Rello, how did he fall? Bad landing, I suppose.
How do you land that upside down in that tiny space?
I don't know, but teammates coming back for the revive. The problem is they're gonna have to scramble to figure a way out of this into safety. And I see Liquid running across with grenades. Alo gets caught out in the open, however. 55, they've pushed their way from the bridge into the northwestern edge of Novo. Great, Cowboy's gonna steal that. Thank you very much. Wait, was that? I think Roth is the one that called that down. That flare was there when Liquid were dropping. So they get a free flare crate. Thank you very much. We'll take that.
Yeah, that's nice. Not bad. And Purdy's used it to pick up that FAMAS. He'll say thank you very much for that, as Alcudzia will lose Roth, one of their IGLs, and they lose the crate that they called in as well. Looking elsewhere around the circle, Typhon, yeah, or Observer, there's a boat there, by the way, Typhon, if you want to use it to wrap on in. Novo's looking pretty clean if you want to land inside those docks, as D will get brought back up onto his feet. But Cammy, I'm looking at the circle. Do you see how much free space there is to the west?
I mean, hopefully Luminosity going to be tracking that as well. They're coming in from the western bridge. But yeah, they're not even on the map now. They're so far deep into the blue, and when it hits phase 3, it's going to start to hurt a bit more, but where it's going to go, it's going to swing towards the north. So it goes north, just one circle later than Gibson wanted to, but still working inside and suddenly looking with a really good spot. And a lot of teams going to be fighting out of that Novo southeast position. Team Casino, they're also in the blue. They're right next to Empire.
Empire in their natural habitat, and 2 players have fallen. Adam and Finna. There's only one member of Empire left, and it's Michael. He's a mile away, so Veras, he's just going to go over and confirm out these kills, maybe get the kill on the Michael as well, who is pushing up inside the UAZ, and he runs over Project, but Varas should get this kill. But where's his sight? Why do you have an AUG with iron sights as the nade? Oh, that's a great bounce. That is a perfect bounce. Downfall Empire. Maybe now he can get himself a sight on his weapon, but you're not getting those reses off, Cammy, because the blue, the only reason you get that res now is to deny the points and have those players go down to the blue.
I don't even think there is a possibility of res. I think Project was ran over by Michael when he arrived.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's not looking good for either of those teams. That's the problem with being stuck into the blue. They had to take that fight. You can't just drive past assuming that the opposing team will let you, but it's always like, oh god, why here, why now? Luminosity, though, much better passage through the blue. As long of a drive as that was, they were able to make into all of that free open space. Liquid, back to Novo. This is where the real fighting is going to be taking place. Look how close they are to AKA 255. Alcacia as well. Gladiator just pops out, surprise. Sparking likely didn't expect anyone to still be in this city.
And then Benya uses the discount DMR to confirm out that kill, so Toyo stealing that one away. And
no.
Even with level 3 gear, he got knocked on the way across. He almost made it over there, but now if Luke 12 wants to get the res, he's got to cross on over. So I think Kurt is probably telling Luke that unless you have a ton of smoke, to leave him be. The big decision to make now for Team Liquid, currently sat in 6th place on 77 points, but I just think there's too much traffic. Speaking of traffic though, Bestia, Cammy and Falcons over here on the edge of the hill by the radar compound, and they've traded one apiece.
Spray, the follow-up on a kickstart. Looks good for a moment. Mime can't finish the knock. The grenade's hoping to do the trick. Not, oh, it looks so close, looks so good, but just barely doesn't bounce far enough. Tiggleton still rocking with the SR. Vinny's been taken down, but so has Shrimsy on the side of Falcons.
Silzen with the AUG at the ready. Shrimsy with the gears down, but El Proyecto, they've got themselves wrapped around on the other side of this fight now as Lucid will hit the headshot as well from up on high. This is not looking good for any of the teams involved in this scrap below, as Bestia will have one player left alive and it's prime time mime in the final game of the night, but his night is over as that kill will get confirmed by Kickstart. Falcons, they will lose everybody bar Kick, and El Proyecto will go hunting to maybe find that one for themselves. But Cami, I'm looking at that last shift. There's so much space. LG, because of that late rotate and because of everybody's desire to get up on the hills and over by Novo, they've been given so much space to work with. But I'm looking elsewhere. Typhon, they've only got Psycho left alive, and he has been the primary reason why they've been able to pick up so many points.
Yeah, he's getting tagged though. And out of it, yeah. I think it's that him running away with like 1 HP. Regardless, these kills are all getting confirmed. But out in the open by working in silence. 4 kills for them so far. And they have a wide spread. Only 2 of them are actually playing on this bridge. One of them in the compound just to the south, and then one of them flexed out to the west. So it's, you know, assuming they can hold control, nice control for them to be able to get into a dominating position in the zone. Psycho does go down to Souls, but Varus arrives. Cut the engine. I don't know what information working in silence would have, because BL is directly below him, but he's running around like he has absolutely no clue.
I don't think neither of these players have any clue the other one's there, so whoever spots out the other one first is probably going to find a point delivered to them. Soul's doing a little bit of looting here by the beach. He doesn't see Varas up on the bridge either, so Varas could get another point. You know, for Team KZero, they have 3 kills in this map, 1 player left alive. You've got a lot more teams to fall before you in their placements, so you may as well just take these points wherever you can get them.
We're working in silence always around 9th place. I just think they remember them being higher. Further on in this event, they've had a pretty quiet day today, but 5 kills so far. As we get closer and closer to the placement points with Liquid just now going out, maybe they can do a 11th hour resurgence of their own. I remember them being higher.
It's okay. It always, when you look back, things always seem that way. But I think for Lucid, he's in a position now where he could really rain fire down on these teams trying to push in from the blue, like Al-Qudsiya, aka Tayo are moving in as well on the road as they get closer and closer to both 55 and what it takes. But I'm looking, Varus sees out Souls. Souls has no clue, and I think Varus might just get to the edge of the circle and play his life.
Running low on medkits. If there's one thing that we've learned from the blue zone team Empire is that you got to have a lot of those. We saw 11 on Devaliate, and he ran through all of them before he got inside the previous Erangel. So Varus is 4. See how long he stays in there. What it takes, sneak attack now, trying to use the high ground here. Only 1 kill for them so far. And it's not so central that you would assume that they would be able to really get like all the remaining kills in the zone. But let's see what they can get before they're forced to drop down.
I think the perspective's really helping them as well. Like, look at how much information they're getting without necessarily taking any risks. Like, you know, is he going to see that little ant in the distance that's Al-Qudsiya? I'm not quite sure, because you're more focused on Toyo directly below you. Benya, he's just about inside the circle, so he's going to stay there as long as he can. But for D, Cammy, it's phase 5. Like, he's taken so much damage. He's only got 2 first aids left. It looks like such a short distance to get into the circle, but that circle is moving, and I'm not quite sure if he's going to make it.
Yeah, only 1 first aid kit left. This is not great. Forced to use it. Oh, and even got shot by Baki. I think he could have been able to make it, like arriving into the zone with about 10 HP, but well, it's kind kind of comedy of errors that affected Alcacia this particular round. Still a good day for them so far. But right now, they're going to be in second place. Sumitoyo and Luminosity aren't able to overtake them, and there is still room for both of those teams to be able to do so. But 9 teams left, 22 alive. There are very few teams at full health. I think it's just Luminosity and Working in Silence. Everyone else is 3 or below. A lot of solos left.
It's what we expect. Remember, it's one of the big talking points about TPP is that as you get in the late game, a lot of teams lose players in the mid game. It's that trend is what it takes. They've got to be careful. Sneak's only got 20 rounds left to 5.56. Now, I know with that M249, he probably has an extended mag cam.
He's got 150 in the M249, don't you worry.
Yeah, so it's not the world's worst situation. Capitan's got a similar problem for Toyo, though. He's running out of ammo as well.
Yes, he even unloaded his M249 to give his mini bit extra ammo to use. And now Gladiator, another one of the solos coming in. He still has 2 first aid kits as well. I think Benya might have noticed those footsteps, but sometimes, as loud as they are, okay, he seems to be aware of it. Grenade at the ready.
It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter though. Gladiator will pick up that kill using the FAMAS that he picked from poor Kurt's body inside the building. And now he's got to drop a med kit as well. He's only got 1 left to work with. Oh, come on, Lucid. You've got a pixel. All you have to aim is at a pixel, so Varas might be the easier target as he moves in on the... Oh, poor Varas. That zone shift has gone directly towards El Proyecto. What it takes. They can play King of the Hill for a little while longer.
A little bit, but they still only have 1 kill. It's a bit underwhelming what they're able to get, and it's not their fault necessarily. No one's really coming into the firing zone, and this position does have a lot more value. If the circle is south of the hilltop, there's a lot less cover down that direction. It's a lot more of a slope going that way. Because look at all the cover that Luce is going to have to try and shoot over, shoot around. He can't quite curve bullets like you can in Wanted, the movie. How old is that movie? How antiquated of a reference is that?
I get it. I know the movie you're talking about. We got some cool bending bullet scenes in that one, but we need movies like that back. Get me more like slow motion action films. Like, give us 7 more John Wick sequels.
I mean, doesn't look like we're stopping any of those soon.
Nah, I love it though. I love it. Anyway, Working in Silence. They've got to move inside the circle now with the blue pushing them out. 55 Esports, the exact same as what it takes. Should be able to farm even more damage here, Kami. And Capitan, he's just living his best life. He's hiding. He's staying in here as long as the spot's in the circle.
Okay, wait. 55, answering back. Good tags by H11, but Trisk does go down to the blue. 55, full deny. There's been a lot of more denials here in third person. That's another observation that we've made, just contrasting the 2 formats. Boris with the pedal bike. Rolling on in, but Fantastico pulling up, drive by. Team Casito do get eliminated. They got a placement point out of all of that run, all the way from the north. They outlasted Liquid, so that's something.
Yeah, oh, LG, 1 more round in the chamber for Vox, and he probably gets that one as Gladiator will use the FAMAS. It's the headshot on the souls. But Working in Silence, you're driving up a really steep embankment with Luminosity looking right at you. What else do you expect is going to happen? They're going to pick up those knocks. They're probably going to get those 2 kills confirmed. BL is a problem. Yes, he's not too far away, but the numbers game works. Is that a blue zone nade or is that a smoke? I think it's a smoke. No, it's a BZ. Is it good enough though? That's the question.
I think so.
It is.
Got the revive with an instant re-knock, but hey, that helps reset the timing on the next revive. So it kind of, I'm not going to say it plays to their benefit, but the only thing that it really diminishes is the amount of bleed out time for the next knocks coming later. MG3 on Posa. This could be quite scary. But are they aware? I'm sure they're aware of the solo player of Falcons. They were here when it was Falcons v Bestia. But can Kickstart win this 1v3?
I wouldn't put it past him. He's going to molly off the door to buy himself a little bit more time as Posa will start jumping on in. Thing is, though, it's 2 create weapons, Kami. A P90 and the MG3 are going to be really problematic for a kick. A preemptive nade going through the door, and he chambers up a second one as another team falls, and that is BL being dealt with. And then there were 6 More nades being thrown by Kick, but that was the last one he had in reserve. And all of a sudden, this fight with El Proyecto was even more difficult as Kraken should deal with that shield with the nade, and he does.
A little bit of a lean for the third-person camera, trying to get some vision. Swapped over to the other shield, gets the spray.
Nah.
Oh, Haven even gets the team knock, pulls off to one, gets the second, but Posa is there with the follow-through. Kickstart, man, as much as it looks that he was super close to winning that, at the same time, it was a lot on his plate. And with the level 3 gear still alive on Posa with that MG3,
Yeah.
not surprising that they were able to come out on top. Now, Capitan, he's been below what it takes for a while. And that was an insta-kill because of how high Lucid was off the ground.
Yeah, that's great by Capitan. That point going to help them a little bit more as Toyo sitting in 4th with 94 points. Sneak will move by the crate, but this is going to be a full send down the mountain. The Datsy the first to go, but this does remove the fall damage. This does mean you can get down from the mountain.
Kind of.
Look,
Not
it does.
100%, but it's significantly better.
I thought Sneak was about to pancake Ketter, I'm not going to lie.
Hey, I saw what you saw. I trusted in what it takes. But now Capitan has to trust in this smoke. Cat's looking to line up those shots, or rather just random fire through and cross their fingers.
Oh, there you go. Capitan dealt with Snakers. Another point for LG as they now move to 4th place. Sneak attack. Ketter gets knocked as he peeked his head up, and Posa will say thank you very much for that game of whack-a-mole, but it is a 4v3 v2v1. But Kama, you spoke about the fresh level 3 gear in the hands of El Proyecto. I think that levels the side. Like, yes, they've got less numbers than LG, but it means that LG need to dispel so much more ammunition if they want to get those kills. And it gives the advantage, but it's not going to help if Sneak Attack is going to be ruining those helmets and vests from up on top of this position that is still inside the circle, just about the zone shifts. And what a shift that is for LG.
Yeah, base 8. There's only so not center it can go. And now Luminosity, once again, they know how to win these late games. Getting there isn't always a guarantee, but once they're here, they really like to take those spreads, set up those crossfires, and they have all 4 still alive. So if they can win this, it looks like they're going to be in a good shot too. They're going to put themselves right back into the conversation of winning this entire event at the end of day 2 of 3.
Doing the maths and what, there's 6 more kill points available to them, and then on top of that you've got 6 or 7 more placements as well. That would move them up in the top spot as Snakers will get the knock onto Ketter, and that tags are coming in from afar. El Proyecto, they're going to reposition up onto this high ground as Snakers gets that kill confirmed, and it's another point for LG. Utility dump up. That nade might just blow the vehicle up, and the nade's great Vox will get that knock onto Haven, and Posa had to dodge that coup as it flew through the sky, but there's only 2 players up for El Proyecto now, and this is going to look even tougher for them as Gladiator for AKA still alive with that FAMAS.
Problem is, will he get a chance to use it? And will he be able to get the knock? Will he be able to get the kill? And then can he get any more after that? Spot's cracking. But he knows that there's another member of El Proyecto just to his east. Perhaps he's hoping that Krafton will just drive past him and move on up. But no, it's going to be Luminosity that spots him out. The blue forces Gladiator out in the open, and that's going to be AKA eliminated. 4 versus 2. I like the MG3. I like level 3 armor. I don't think that's enough to equalize this setup.
Up against the most consistent team in the tournament, Kami, as they look to get win number 4 out of 12 as Kraken will push out through the smoke. Gas will spray through it, but he's got to be careful. Only 39 bullets left in reserve as Kraken with a P90 will spray him down, but the nade is perfect, and LG take their 4th win of the weekend in just 12 maps. And that should, if I'm not wrong, move them in the top spot as they close things off. It's a perfect bookend to the night, Kami, as they took the first and the last win.
Yeah, not only are they the only team to get more than a single chicken dinner, they get 2 every single day. Say what you want about them, when they get to the end game, they know how to all but guarantee the win. I think there might have been a couple of rounds they've gotten 1 or 2. like they got like second or third maybe once or twice, but still, man, Godspeed. Like Luminosity, if you see them in the end game, why shouldn't you be scared at this point?
So, two rather fortuitous things happened as I sat down and watched that game. First of all, I believe I said, oh man, if a circle happens to go up to radio tower, it seems like the team up top will do fairly well. And then the other thing is that we spoke about LG not being consistent, and sure enough, they come in and they win the last game. So that's just good cinema right there.
And now he gets off the fence, Cammy. Now he's come off the fence after that game. But I don't know. I just think Luminosity played it well. Any game that I feel like they have a chance to win, they've done so. And they did what I said. Like, this is what they did yesterday, Cammy, isn't it? They played that circle where if it goes to Millie Island, they try to rotate really late through the blue over the bridges.
I'm sorry, I completely blanked out for that one. I'm trying to really work out how in the world you guys are selling me on this consistency thing.
I mean, 4 games out of 12 seems decent, right? Decent enough.
They're winning 33% of all the games this weekend in the 16-team lobby.
Okay, I think we just have completely different definitions of what consistency is. But Godspeed, Gibson, please. What were you asking?
I was saying,
that's unfortunate. Cammy's
just saying, Luminosity have won all the games that they could. Like, the way that the game plays out, they've won every game that they've had a reasonable opportunity to do so.
Right, so we do see the total leaderboard, and unfortunately Luminosity Gaming are not in first place, but they are not far from it. Falcons are still holding down the top spot with 109 points, but this is not a comfortable setup going into the last day to feel like you have this event in the bag. And Godspeed, you said it is so much harder to hold on to a lead than it is to play from a deficit. And granted, I'd much rather be in Al-Qadsia or Luminosity's position than say Liquid when you're talking about playing from a deficit, but regardless, like, Falcons are going to be sweating. They're not going to be comfortable at all.
Yeah, I mean, this point spread is 3 points from first to third, so it's incredibly close. A lot of these teams have made those adjustments that we talk about at the beginning of the day, and now it comes down to the final day. 12 games are now down the hatch, and now for some of these teams, it's going to be do or die. Liquid is one of those teams that desperately need a strong day 3.
Yeah, I think they're in the points position that they could do it. It would have to be a strong day, but it wouldn't have to be a miraculous day for them to come and win this whole event. Is there any position, Gibson, though, that you think is like below this spot? It is virtually impossible for them to win this Masters #1.
I think that the logic you always use of for a team to win, they need all the teams above them to, even though, like, yeah, 1 game or 2 games to turn it around, you need every team above them to drop points. I think with that, Liquid and Bestia are at our stretch. Like, I don't think Working in Silence are going to get there. I know they didn't play with their normal roster for a lot of tonight, but I think that if any of those teams want to win this or feel like they can, they need to win the very first map tomorrow, or else the other teams above them are just going to keep running away.
Right. Well, listen, guys, today has been a really, really exciting day. I'm just shocked that no one but Luminosity has gotten more than a single win. Like, that statistic, I don't think there's any time that we've seen that. Usually we'll have like 1 or 2 teams at this point in a competition have like 2 wins. And then, there's going to be like that one team like Luminosity with 4. But the fact that everyone is only getting 1, it's wild to see. And Godspeed, I don't know if this is a nature of TPP being sort of a bit of a new horizon, or just how good all of these teams are, that it is so competitive just going for the chicken dinners.
I think it's a combination of both, right? LG clearly wanted to focus on TPP being a new change for a lot of these players. I think it's a combination of the two.
Right. So I think that's going to be it for tonight. I don't think there's any reason for us to hold on anymore, but I'm not just going to immediately throw Productions for a loop and throw us out of here. So Gibson, what are you most excited for as we have the last 6 games of the night coming up tomorrow? What are you expecting to see there?
I'm expecting to see Falcons come out of the traps and try to just extend that lead at the top. I want to see these American teams fight back hard after we saw South America dominate PAS. All in all, I just want a good final day. Like, final days always throw up a surprise or result or two, so let's just get in the action. I just love PUBG.
All right, Godspeed. How about you? Anything you're
I would
especially
love-
excited for tomorrow?
I would love for Team Liquid to start to close that gap so that maybe this 3-way battle for the top could be a 4 or 5-way battle for some of the teams that are also in the top 5. So again, for me, it's about adjustments. Seeing how these players have learned this lobby in the last 24 hours has been really eye-opening as far as like today's games, especially when it came to rotations, what Gibson was talking about central compounds and keeping 4 alive like much more consistently. So yeah, I mean, we saw adjustments today, and now I'm just looking forward to see who's going to be the very first, grand finals Masters champion for TPP.
All right. How about you, Cameron? Oh, thanks for asking. For me, I just want to see some really good PUBG, whether it's Falcons, whether it's Liquid, or whether it's anyone in between. There is still so much to be decided for tomorrow. We still have 6 more games. So much can change in that time frame. So we hope to see you all then. It's going to be at the same time, at the same place, same map rotation, same teams, same 3 of us. So hope to see you guys tomorrow for the final day of the PTT PUBG's Players Masters Americas. Hope to see you then.